Parents of Reddit, what is most faked up secret you are hiding from your children? Update. First of all, thank you again for all the many kind words and the show of support. My wife and daughter picked me up earlier this afternoon. We opted not to video the moment as it felt impersonal, and we just wanted to truly enjoy each other's company as we soaked in the monumental occasion. I definitely cried more than my daughter did. Over the course of the day she became more and more excited and exclaimed, "I can't believe you are coming home, it has been a fantastic day." Not really faked up but still a big secret. I've been living 5.5 hours away from my wife and daughter for the past 11 months. Every time I talk to my daughter she asks, "When am I coming home?" Well, little does she know that next Friday, when her and her mom come for what she thinks is just a weekend visit, they are actually coming to pick me up for good. Thanks everyone for all the kind words. To clarify a few things, my move was medically related. I got shot when I was 13 and this is in no way related to that. I'm a social worker by trade, but have not worked in the field these past 11 months due to my situation. I actually did an AMA about it a few years ago. My wife and I did get divorced, and yes, we did co-parent. However, recently we have decided that the truth is we should have worked harder on being together and are giving it another go. I call her my wife because I never really stopped thinking of her that way. I mentioned being shot because people were checking my post history and seeing that I had been shot, but not that it was when I was 13. People were wondering if that is why I had been away. I want to thank everyone for the incredible show of support and compassion, for all of the kind words. I would especially like to thank those who shared their personal stories of similar circumstances. Thank you for the gold and everything else. Honestly, I'm unable to properly express how your words brightened my day and will continue to provide encouragement. I promise you all that I will post an update. New throwaway for this one, that my adopted daughter was conceived as a result of a gang rap. Experts say you are supposed to give your adopted children all of their history when they are old enough, but honestly if it were me, I would just rather not know. We are considering not ever telling her. It weighs heavy on our hearts. Edit. She's 15, almost 16. Edit 2. She knows she is adopted and is even in contact with her birth mother. But her birth mother does not think she should know this history either. The compelling argument to tell her is this: it is not our right to decide if she knows her history. It's her history and her right to know both good and bad. Edit 3. Several people have asked about my username. I was changing my newly adopted daughter's 6 weeks old diaper and not yet used to the unpleasantness of doing so, gagging and just trying to get through it. I'd been through this several times before, and though it was just my body making a threat, but would not follow through. Just as I'm trying to finish the cleanup, a nice little liquid squirt was unleashed right onto my arm, and it pushed me over the edge. Not wanting to vomit on my kid, I turned my head to the side and puked towards the floor. Of course, one hand was holding two little legs, the other hand holding the wipes, so I could not try catching it. Guess who was standing down there milling about? Mr. Meow, that's who. This happened soon after we adopted the daughter this thread is about, and I just thought of that when I was trying to think of a username. I'm the child, but my grandma was so mad at my mom dating young and getting pregnant that she lost her first 2 pregnancies because my grandma made her brothers beat my mom until she had miscarriages. It hurts my heart. Edit. I know some people were curious for details, so here ya go. My grandma's brothers. My mom was an only child. It was communist Albania at the time. My grandma is lovely now, and it's a shame that she was abusive to my mom during her adolescence. My mom, I believe, suffers from some form of bipolar disorder or PTSD and result from the abuse, and subsequently abused my brothers and I. It was like walking on eggshells my whole childhood. Anything I did wrong ended up with me being hit. One of my brothers was the worst to me, would choke me out for making him lag on Call of Duty, and my mom and dad were working all day to support us and never really intervened. Even when they noticed me self-harming and depressed, I got punished and beat because my life in comparison was nothing to complain about. It took me a year in therapy to come to terms with I shouldn't devalue my pain because my parents have been through worse. After some time healing, and forgiving. We are all okay with one another. I avoid my brother a bunch still. My anxieties/PTSD became a little too much for me to handle after living with them for 20 years, so I moved across the country. Despite all the bullshit my family has been through, time really did heal most wounds and we all do love each other. There's more respect now than there's ever been. My mom has her first at 16, then 18, and me at 21. She understandably feels like she lost most of her childhood being abused and then raising kids. Also, stop telling me to hurt my grandma. I understand my mom's story is painful, but they're a healthy relationship. They love each other. My mom is supporting my grandma financially, and that happened about 30 years ago. My grandma was an amazing guardian to me and often saved me from my mom/brother's abuse. Not a parent, but my parents held this secret away from me for a long time. When I was 3 to 4, my dad volunteered at a baseball park to shuttle people back and forth on a golf cart. Well, one night he didn't come home till really late, and I went to hi, but stopped to see that he looked scared and distraught. He is normally a rough and tough kind of guy, and has a big heart. So I asked him what was wrong, but he said nothing, and that he was fine. I believed him, and went to bed. I woke up the next morning to see that our cousin, who doubles as our babysitter, was at our house, but neither of my parents were. I asked where they went, and she said they went to the morning service of church, and not the afternoon service. Again, I believed her, and never questioned any of it. Flash forward 10 years, my mom told me what really happened. He was shuttling some guy back to the parking lot when the guy put a knife to my dad's neck. He then proceeded to take my dad behind a dumpster and wrapped him. So when he got home, he waited for everyone to go to sleep and then tried to kill himself by overdosing on painkillers. My mom woke up in the middle of the night, realizing that he wasn't in bed. She found him in the bathroom on the floor motionless and called 911, where was sent to the hospital where was treated. He is thankfully still doing strong. I don't know where I would have been without him. Edit. First, thanks for my first silver kind stranger. Second, thank you all for the support. He is doing a hell of a lot better and is back to his former self. I make sure to cherish my memories with him a lot more, like hunting and fishing. Again, thanks y'all. Never expected this to blow up. Edit 2. Thanks for my first gold as well, kind stranger. For those of you wondering, they never caught the rapist, unfortunately. I don't know every detail as I didn't want to pressure my mom more as she was telling me the story. I was the kid in the scenario. When I was like 12, my dad died of leukemia. He was never around much, so I didn't see him often, but that was never the secret. I actually remember the day he took off and left us. Woke up one morning and there was a pile of new toys on the living room floor with a note for mom. Anyway, he started coming around when he received the prognosis. We developed something resembling a positive relationship before he died. When he passed, it absolutely destroyed me. I still remember the funeral. I had to be dragged kicking and screaming out of the car because I didn't want to see it. In his will, he left me his car, a Camaro, that I was supposed to get when I turned 16. His parents fought tooth and nail to keep it from me. They were really shitty people. His entire side of the family was, and we eventually just told them to fuck off and keep the damn thing. Fast forward about 15 years. I find out the guy that died was not actually my dad. He was my brother's dad. My real, biological dad has been living in the next town over 20 minutes from my house my entire life. My entire family knew about it, except for me. It was why my grandparents fought to keep the car. They knew I was not his son. I still don't know if he knew or not, but I assume so. My maternal grandmother has met him several times in my life. My mom said she never thought it was anything worth digging up. Said she intended for me to never find out. I've still never spoken to him. I know a name and an approximation of where he lives as of about 10 years ago. Beyond that, I know jack about the guy. Grandma said if I ever want to meet him, she would help me contact him. Dunno if I ever will. Edit 1. After laying all this out and thinking more about it, there's no possible way the dead dad did not know I was not his kid. Edit 2. For everyone asking me about the lady asking if I'm her husband, no, I'm not married. I don't want my son to know that he was an unwanted accident. Even during my pregnancy, I didn't want a child. I was still so young and had my whole career ahead of me. I wanted to travel the world, finish school, and advance myself in life to the fullest point. After he was born, I had a hard time adjusting, and it took me a long time to fall in love with motherhood. I didn't feel a connection to my son and felt like the worst mother in the world. Now, I can't stop looking at him, or hugging him, or crying over him. I'm finishing school, and I got promoted at my job. I can have my life and still be a mother too. I only regret my feeling of not wanting my son, because he means so much to me, and there are no words to describe the deep love that I feel for him. Edit. Thank you everyone for your words of support and sharing your stories. I'm crying as I read them, and I'm truly appreciative. I love my son very much, that I can't wait to get home and hug him. I love watching him grow, and I want to provide him the best life possible. It's hard to manage work and family home life, and I'm not perfect by any means, but I'm doing my best. Thank you again everyone. If any other parents want to talk, please don't hesitate to contact me as to why I didn't choose abortion. Before he was born or conceived, I was diagnosed with PCOS and had a slim chance of getting pregnant due to the state of my ovaries. I wanted a child, but I didn't want one at that moment. We were not mentally, at least I felt that I wasn't, ready for a child. I wanted a child later in my life. When we found out I was pregnant, we considered abortion. I was scared of everything: carrying the baby, giving birth, having the abortion, the guilt, the regret. A lot of emotions and thought went into this pregnancy. I decided to go through with the pregnancy. So it was my own fault for keeping him, but I don't regret my decision. I had support and friends and family all around me during and after. I even had a friend who admitted she had felt the same way I did after giving birth. Edit again. I grew up knowing my mother didn't want me. I was reminded of it almost every day, and it seriously messed me up. I do not want the same for my son. He is wanted. When I was a teenager, I'm 22 now, I found out that when my mom had me, my dad did not believe I was his kid. He even demanded a paternity test, so he didn't have to pay child support on me, because he really thought my mom had cheated on him during a business trip she went on. I don't know why, but a paternity test was never done, or maybe it was, and I've never been told, but it explained why I felt so distant with my dad for the first 10 years of my life. He always favored my older sister more when I was younger and called her daddy's little girl, etc. I felt like he hated me, and this explained why today he's the best dad ever. I don't know if something shifted or what, but me and him are extremely close now, and he loves me endlessly. He's been such a great dad, especially when I was suicidal in high school and had really bad depression and anxiety. My mom's a little bit bipolar, so I've always been in a toxic household, and he was the only one to come and pick me up and just be there for me. Edit. Also, I look a lot like my dad, even get asked if me and my sister are twins all the time. So I think the whole paternity thing was just in spite of an ugly divorce. Edit. Whoa. Thank you so much for the gold, kind stranger. I genuinely had no idea my comment would get so much interaction. I felt like it was so minute in the sea of other comments. But it's honestly really reassuring to hear this isn't something I've experienced alone, and to hear other people's stories. Thank you all. Just how abusive their biological father was to me, and how neglectful he was of our eldest, yet dependent on her emotionally. Also, that he never wanted a son, and that he never had any interest in anything to do with our second born. My biggest fear is them seeing exactly what he did to me, though. They don't notice the way my heart wants to leap out of my chest when there's a knock on the door. They think I won't let them play alone in the front yard because of cars going past, not because I'm scared their BO father may find them and snatch them. Same as how they believe I just hate big crowds and rude people pushing and shoving, not because I'm constantly on edge looking for that one face. They'll never know I broke down to their school principal about our past after seeing one of the EXS Facebook posts. They'll never know the carefree person I used to be, though, and that sucks. My eldest, just shy of 8 now, has started asking questions, and being that one of her earliest memories is of coming home to me in a police car because daddy was too sick to take care of me, so the police brought me home. I'm going to have to explain a little more soon enough. It's been 3.5 years since my kids have had any contact with him. Explaining the past terrifies me. Added to at, I love each and every one of you. Thank you for the support. I've come a long way from the girl I was who endured that existence and now have an incredible life full of people who love and adore me. For anyone out there reading this and are in a similar situation, know that you don't have to sacrifice your happiness for anyone else's. You deserve better and better is out there. It's never going to be an instant fix, so scars last forever, but there is help for you. All you have to do is reach for it. Finding your self-worth can be a very humbling experience, but an amazing one. You are important. You are strong. You are not alone. My daughter is about to turn 3 in June, so I'm not really hiding it from her at this point, but in the future I seriously do not know how I'm ever going to tell her she's the product of a vicious and brutal rap. He broke my nose, cheek, 3 teeth, 4 ribs, my damn soul. Months after I found out I was pregnant by this. I have an unusual family dynamic. Call it close but distant. I was so far down in the depths of despair. I lost my job. I avoided everyone. When I found out about the pregnancy, I was encouraged to terminate. I gave it serious consideration. I personally don't believe in abortion, but there I was contemplating it. I couldn't do it. I decided to carry to term and put the baby up for adoption. So, the time came, and I delivered a baby girl, completely alone. She was born a month early and spent some time in the NICU. In that time I worked closely with an adoption agency and signed them custody so that if she were released she'd go to one of their foster homes. Until I made my final decision on a family for an open adoption, I couldn't do it. It was love at first sight. Caught a glimpse of her while recovering from the C-section. Now she is playing on the floor beside me as I write this with tears stinging my cheeks. I broke down and told my sister-in-law a week after I gave birth and realized I didn't want to just let her go. My sister-in-law helped me break the news to my folks and helped to provide essentials to welcome her home. My daughter didn't ask for this any more than I did. I had all of these irrational fears that I'd resent her, that I'd look at her and not see her face, but his. That I would not be able to bond with her or even love her. Well, I've had some extremely trying days. Mostly in the very beginning. I still have doubts about whether or not I'm the best equipped for this, but I've been seeing a PTSD/trauma specialist and that's helped me to cope. As I mentioned, she's almost 3 now, and she is the most beautiful little girl with such a good disposition. A true joy to be with. She's the best thing I've ever done, and probably saved my life. We are getting by, us against the world. I think I'll eventually tell her, but just thinking about it brings so much anxiety. All I can say is that I chose love. I chose her despite the circumstances, and I was blessed with a tiny miracle, a light in a very dark abyss. So, only a few family and select couple of friends know about her, and even fewer know the circumstances. It's very cathartic to let it all out, after holding it in for so long. The biggest challenge is making peace. I've wished a million times over it didn't happen to me, but if it didn't, I wouldn't have her. One of my teachers told our class a story that absolutely blew everyone's mind. Growing up he had an older sister and 2 parents. Pretty standard family situation. One thing that he said confused him as a kid was how much older his sister was. I think it was like 16 plus years older than him. So when he was in high school, he straight up asked his parents if he was a mistake. If in remembering the story right, his parents told him he wasn't meant to happen, and that was that. Didn't really affect him at all considering he was old enough to understand and knew his parents loved him anyway. Fast forward to his adult life, about 35 to 40 at this point. Both of his parents passed away, and his sister lived across the country. One year his sister came to visit him and his wife for a week. They went around doing various things that were representative of where he lived, landmarks, well-known towns, restaurants, etc. He said they had a great time. Near the end of his sister's trip, she told my teacher and his wife that she needed to tell them something important. He said she seemed pretty distraught in saying this, and as a result he thought she was going to tell them she had some serious illness or something along those lines. It was tense for a few minutes. The sister couldn't get out what she was trying to say. This just made my teacher and his wife more concerned. Finally she told them, "I'm not actually your sister, I'm your mother." Turns out his parents were actually his grandparents and his sister had him very young, 16 to 17, with some guy she met. In order to give him and his sister a normal life, his parents just treated him as their son and raised him themselves. He mentioned being very grateful that they did this for him as he did have a normal childhood and his mother was able to live without having the stress of being a young mother. To this day, him and his mother have a very positive relationship and this reveal to him didn't change anything. Not really a faked up secret, but I thought it was a cool story that fit this theme. I'm late, and that's great, because I don't want this to be the top comment point. My kids, and my wife as well, are blissfully unaware that I had another family before them. My wife knows I had dated other girls before her, a few long term. She knows I was engaged, but did not get married until I met her. She doesn't know I made a baby girl with that former fiance though, and I'll never tell. Just like I'll never tell anyone that the baby died of a fever after just 6 weeks of her beautiful life. This is the part of my story where my wife believes that it just didn't work out and that she got really crazy. The truth is, we were both destroyed as people and neither of us could continue our lives together. We quickly grew to resent and hate each other and lashed out against the world and ourselves in horrible fashion. Noon from that past still has a connection with me, barring my brother who has faithfully kept my secret for 20 years. My parents passed on before they really got to know my wife. My friends and the rest of my family from that time have all long since been separated geographically and by time. The former fiance hasn't spoken to me since and now lives in a different hemisphere. To my knowledge, she has never dated again, but she did finish school and start a career. I hope she is happy. My kids don't need to know they have a half sister in a little grave in a town 1900 km away. They don't need to know that their father sees her face in thiz every day. They don't need to know that he has been broken inside since before he even met their mother. My youngest daughter isn't mine. I met her mom one night at a bar, and I was too drunk to hit it off with her. Nothing happened. We were off and on talking for months, while each of us were doing our own thing with other people. Months later I find out she's pregnant, decide to date her anyway. Find out the dad is a complete douchebag who has no real intent to support her or be her father. He just wants to take cool selfies for his friends and for chicks. We decided to just cut him out before she was 6 months old and say I was the dad. I signed the birth certificate and everything. Dad came over. I gaslighted him by confirming his suspicions that she was cheating while they were dating, and I know the kid's mine. Never seen him since. I have family that knows that are shitty and tried to tell my other kids that she isn't really their sister. I tell them that the family is a bunch of shitty people, true, and make the big secret be that I knocked up my now wife that first time we met at the bar and didn't get back together until I found out she was pregnant. So everyone, except for a few holdouts in the family, regarded as crazy and as childish. Believe me. Everything is great now. We have had more kids together that are actually mine, and everyone who knows the big secret just knows a layer to the lie. The only people who really know is my wife and I. Sometimes I feel bad for what I did. Then I check up on the guy and realize that she's not missing anything. He's improved his life a little, but he's essentially still a man-child. I hope that there's never a reason to tell her, but with the way medical science is it will probably come up eventually. The real secret is that she's my favorite kid out of all of them. Even my wife doesn't know that. Not a parent but a sibling. Also not currently hiding, but hid it as long as the situation required. My sister had been having seizures for a few years before being diagnosed with the terminal neurodegenerative epileptic disease. Before the terminal diagnosis, my family, along with my sister, all just assumed she had epilepsy and thought nothing of it. After years of the seizures getting worse and her mental and physical ability declined, she was diagnosed with Lafora disease at around 16 years old. The typical patient lasts anywhere from 5 to 10 years after the disease starts, so we assumed we had a bit. Unfortunately, she only made it a couple more years and died at 18. For reference, the consequences of the disease are much like dementia. the patient begins a mental and physical decline that more or less de-ages then into a toddler. The decline is also exponential, so patients generally need 24/7 assistance very early on. Over the course of the 2 years between diagnosis and death, nearly every day came with new lies to prevent my sister from assuming anything was really wrong with her. Beyond epilepsy, our main goal was quality of life, and to delay the inevitable within reason point, the first huge lie was a change of classes and sports. As my sister was only 16 when this whole shindig started, she was still in high school. To help her believe she lived a normal life, we wanted to keep her in school/sports as long as possible, to hang out with friends and such. Additionally, she played goalie for her high school. We talked her out of playing as it was generally unsafe to play in the event that she hit head on one of the goalposts. She actually bought that and was just as happy to show up to games and cheer the team on. We tried our best to keep her in normal classes, but after a semester, it was clear she just could not keep up. Not being able to keep up was super frustrating for her, as she used to be kinda smart. She went from moderate success in honors and app courses to severely struggling in normal classes. As anyone would react, my sister would often be brought to tears trying to complete simple homework assignments that she used to breeze through. The high school she was at was actually incredible. The teachers gave her passing grades for every one of her classes, regardless of the work she completed. Additionally, the teachers were all super helpful in creating an accommodating environment, which was one of the most thankless tasks ever. After a semester of struggling, her mental decline had gone to such great lengths that we had to switch some of her classes to the special education classes. Fortunately and unfortunately, my sister's mental had declined to such a state where she only ever asked about the class switch a few times, and only to the avail that she would be able to see her friends that were not in her new classes. Once again, the school and her friends/students were super accommodating in letting her ditch special EDU classes to hang out with her friends. Another big lie was during a family vacation. Make-A-Wish was kind enough to send us on a trip to Hawaii. During a luau, I remember having to more or less carry my sister down to the beach, as her physical decline resulted in difficulty walking and placement in a wheelchair. Although I had 3 other siblings at the time, not including my sister, I was alone, in ankle deep with my sister. I distinctly remember my sister asking me why our parents couldn't come down and feel the water with her. The true reason was that my parents were in tears together, as they knew this was the last family vacation we were all going to take together, as we knew my sister was not going to last much longer. I had to tell my sister it's because my parents hadn't even been to Hawaii and they wanted some alone time for a more or less impromptu date during the luau. Luckily she beloved it and even smiled because she was happy for them. Hindsight, I remember thinking nothing of it, as it was just another lie in the many we told her to get by. Come tot hunk of it now, that sheet was incredibly difficult. The last major lie was just before my sister passed. As her physical decline got worse, along with not being able to walk and do no normal activities, her body lost the ability to fight off illnesses. My sister got sick, to which we found out was eventually pneumonia, and was in a hospital bed for a week. It's been almost 2 years now since my sister's decline really started to get worse, and she had been in hospital beds to what seemed like a week out of every month, if not more, so she was sick of hospitals and just wanted to be home. After getting sick, she didn't care that she felt like shit, she just wanted to go home. Let it also be known that her mental decline was such that she more or less lacked the ability to speak and remember myself and other family members. So she was always frustrated when we tried to help her and could not communicate what she wanted. My sister had fake Mexican food place she loved, called Cafe Rio for anyone interested. It's bomb. After a few days in the hospital, she actually spoke and said something along the lines of "I want Cafe Rio" when we drive home. At this point, my parents, my siblings, and the doctors had already had the DNR, do not resuscitate, conversation and concluded we shouldn't keep her on this planet any longer than her body could handle. Additionally, the doctors had told us that, since my sister was so weak, and she had pneumonia, this was probably going to be it. They told us it was super unlikely for her body to fight back, so we knew this was the end. After my sister asked for Cafe Rio, Since I was the next biggest fan of this place, I went out of my way to tell her that not only would I go with her, but that I'd also pay for her meal. She was a year older than me, so she liked it when her baby brother was nice and did things for her. I remember my sister smiling, which I want to say was probably the last time I saw her smile, as she passed away the next day. Interestingly, she passed on April 17th a few years back, so I guess this is topical. Thanks for that smile, Kelsey. It meant more than you can ever imagine. I'm just sorry it had to be you. Sorry it's an essay. Sorry there are many errors and it's often jumbled and confusing. Thanks for letting me share. Not the parent, but the son who had to deal with the fallout 20-ish years ago, through a series of events, hired a lawyer who agreed to take a case pro bono, and for reasons that will forever be a mystery, but likely due to his opioid addiction, fired said lawyer in the middle of an appeal. He eventually lost the case due to this. The lawyer rightly asked to be compensated for his time up to that point. My father refused, sued the lawyer for malpractice trying to get out of paying, who of course countersued for obvious reasons. My father, now representing himself, because no one wanted to represent someone who is trying to get out of legally paying another lawyer, and of course lost. He still refused to pay, and ended up getting a lien against our house. I had no knowledge of any of these events until somewhat recently, after his passing. When I attempted to get a mortgage to repair and renovate our house, it needs it badly as my father pretty much did the bare minimum in maintenance and now it's coming due. It's explained a lot about his actions and why other events happened the way they did. TDLR, opioid addicted father tries to get out of a legal obligation to pay a lawyer for his time, ignores it for almost 20 years, and makes his son who took care of him during that time clean up his mistakes after he passed. I'm the child. When I was 15, my parents had been divorced for just a couple weeks. My mother asked me to call a man she knew in high school that she was too nervous to call. Me being 15 and still believing my mom was a saint, I called him, told him who I was, and he proceeded to yell and cuss me out thinking it was a prank. I was a super anxious kid, so I got scared and upset. So my mom got on the phone and spoke with him. He offered to take my mom and me for roller skating a pizza, to apologize for yelling at me. He proposed that night. They got married a month later. I found out the week we moved into his house that he is her first ex-husband out of 3. She had told me about her first husband, but not his name. In their first marriage, he brutally beat her all the time, which is why she is deaf in one ear. He chased her through the woods with a gun, has threatened to kill her, and various family members with a pill problem to boot. Seems like a great guy to bring around your 3 children, right? According to her, he changed. I don't know. I moved out after I found out. My sibling stayed and has a few creepy stories about him. After 15 years of marriage, they are still together. I don't know the person my mom is anymore because she's taken on his personality and drug issues. I tried for years and years to get her help, but she doesn't want it. She has repeatedly chosen him over everyone else in her life, so she's no longer in mine. I found out they planned that original phone call to somehow ease him into her life. Not sure what they thought it would accomplish, but having children of my own, I would never even let someone like that lay eyes on my kids. I'm the child. When I was in my 20s, my mother finally told me my father was not Darth Vader as I had always imagined. He had since become CEO of a large multinational corporation in another state. I attempted to contact him and even visited his office, but he didn't come out to see me. I since found out other fun facts. When they met, my father gave my mother a funny name and address, since he was married with 3 kids at the time. He said he traveled for work and had a fake phone number set up to take messages. Their relationship continued in this way for 4 years until I came into the picture. He promptly disappeared. Nobody knew someone by that name. By freak accident, my grandfather met a person at the guy's company who identified him by his real name. My grandmother contacted their home and met my father's wife. She was calm and collected about the news. You'll probably want child support. That marriage didn't last. My father went through at least 3 marriages, one of them to a former Miss State name, and I have at least 5 half siblings that I know of. I haven't contacted any of them. By freak accident I myself met someone who worked with my father when I attempted to visit him many years ago. He described him as a womanizer and a huge prick, and advised that I was better off not knowing him. I followed that advice ever since. Adopted black kid in California here 26. Family is mostly white. We had some brown members and some biracial white/black members growing up. I thought it was just a normal adoption, like hey, we just saw a little chocolate baby that needed love. My adoptive parents/much older siblings all sat me down at 14 and told me everything. My biological father set my biological mother on fire when I was 7 months in the womb, trying to kill us both. My biological mother went into a coma and died. The doctors managed to cut me out and save me. Then I was adopted by my biological aunt, who was a captain in the Air Force. Paraplegic. She had a machine that helped her get into bed and it malfunctioned one night, hanging her to death. I then got adopted by a woman who worked for her, and that became my real mother from age 2 to 16, before she passed of lung cancer in 2008. I still have the same family, dad, siblings, cousins, nephews, nieces, grandnephews, grandnieces, etc. I did meet my biological cousin Nikki when I was 18, but it was just a one-time talk thing. My 3 biological brothers, who live in Ohio, found my sister on Facebook, and we talked a bit. I learned that they had no clue what really happened to our biological mother until just last year. Apparently, their family was lying to everyone about what happened and wanted to hide the truth for some reason. Found out our biological father died 8 years ago. You never want to hide the truth, even if you're trying to protect them from the pain of it. They always deserve to know the truth about their lives, no matter how faked up it is. At least, that's what I think. So, about 6 to 7 years ago my papa died. He was my mom's stepdad, but the only grandpa I've ever known. Well, my mom has always been not so nice to me, and this particular time she told me to knock it off. I was sobbing saying goodbye to my papa at the nursing home. I was quite depressed for a while, and my aunt said that I was more than welcome to call her and chat. I took her up on that offer. So, we are talking, and by the way, I have zero idea who my BO dad is, because my mom was a floozy in a town/city 3 hours away. Anyways, I'd said to my aunt I'd wished I would have never been born, and my aunt pipes in and says, "Oh Nana, my mom's mom should have left you in Philly." For reference, I live near rural areas in Pittsburgh. I asked my aunt what she'd meant, and she told me my mom had given me up for adoption to a super nice dentist and his wife. My nana didn't want strangers raising her only grandkid, and went to Philly, about 5 hours away, and brought me home. Eventuality of it, my mom met my stepdad, whom I called dad, around 2 years old. I still lived with my nana and papa till I was in 2nd grade. My mom denies that it happened, but my auntie, who is her best friend, confirmed that to be true. I was devastated 5 years ago and still am today. I have had multiple surgeries as well as cancer. I still believe my mom thinks she made the wrong choice and made my grandma leave me. I have no clue who my paternal family is. I feel constantly unwanted, hence why I'm in counseling. This is more what I wasn't told about until the 11th hour. My mom was dying of cancer, and my dad took me out of town for a few days to get me away from the craziness of it. I was 16, and they divorced when I was 2. While we were away, she slipped into a coma and only had 2 to 3 days tops. My dad pulls me aside and says, "So, do you want to know the truth about your mother?" I never knew why they got divorced. They just said they didn't get along. She slaps always had image issues and reflected them on me as well. My dad told me my mom was repeatedly raped and abused by her grandfather and never told anyone. This messed her up sexually, and those issues eventually bled over into their marriage. My dad just thought she wasn't interested in him anymore and left. He married my now stepmom, who is awesome and I love dearly, and had 2 sons. Even after my dad left, she never said anything. It took him being caught in a car and 2 young male prostitutes years later in the county where my dad's father was chief of police for him to find out. When my grandfather called him and told him he arrested her grandfather, he put it all together. He confronted her and she told him everything. He still feels guilty that he didn't know and left her over something he would have been willing to work with her on. She died at 43 in 2005 and her guilt literally ate her alive. I told my grandmother, the sick fax daughter, years later, and she had a heart-to-heart with my dad about everything my mom eventually told him. She also suspected that the same thing was happening to my aunt. The other faked up part is my grandmother was left in an orphanage when she was 2 or 3 by her mother. My great-grandfather left for WWII, and she apparently knew what kind of man he was. She thought my grandmother would have a better life if left away from him, so she ran off to CA. When he came back from the war, he found out and went and got my grandmother. After my dad told me, I went back and saw my mom. She was in a coma, but I told her I knew, and she started to whimper like she was crying. I still wonder what our lives would have been like had she just told him, or if my grandfather had never gone back to that orphanage. Not a parent, but the kid point. My story has a weird twist in it because my parents are unaware that I know the secret. They had a very ugly divorce when I was 6. My father gambled away a lot of money and was very irresponsible. Pretty sure those were the main reasons they broke up. But my father didn't take it very well, and their fights were brutal. One time my mom even sent me to a friend's house while she called the police on him, and they surrounded the building. Unfortunately that backfired because I just happened to be in the room of the neighbor's house where I had a good view of our home. Worst of all, however, was that my father actually abducted me once and planned to take me away. And it wasn't a stealth act, he just took me and drove off. I still remember my mom running after the car crying. Thankfully he drove back and let me go because I wouldn't stop crying myself, so it was only for a few minutes. So the juicy part of this story is that my parents think I have forgotten everything. So not only do they pretend nothing ever happened, but last year on my birthday, she showed me photos where I was a child, but one clearly had red marker over my mom's face. The reason is because my father once tore apart a bunch of family photos during the divorce and also drew over my mom's face with a marker. So that was one of those pics. After she noticed I was staring at it, clearly remembering it, she said that I was the one who drew over her face, probably because I was mad at her or something. That's when it really started hitting me that they had no idea. I should probably explain this, but my parents are back together again. After almost 10 years they remarried. Not sure why, maybe she forgave him, or they were both lonely. He still stole money from me occasionally, something I'm also sure he isn't aware I knew. So it seems he still has problems with money, although he stopped stealing from the looks of it. So as you can imagine, them being together again, they're desperately hoping I don't remember what happened in the past. I was small, and I had to go 1 year to therapy, although I'd say that didn't help a lot, so that's probably the reason they assume I don't, and continue lying to me about it and staying silent. It would make things awkward for sure. Well, too bad. I remember everything, and will probably never forget it. I never mentioned that I know about anything that happened either, since I was a small kid, I think. So that made them even more inclined to believe I didn't know, but in reality I wish I could forget about it, so I never bring it up. You could argue I'm keeping a secret from them as well. If it makes them happy, I guess. My kids do not know about a lot that transpired while I was married to their dad. They were young when he left, they were 4.5, and it was the day after Christmas, and, luckily, don't remember most of it. For the sake of full disclosure, he never actually hit me, but I still had plenty of bruises and there were a few me-sized dents in the walls of our apartment. His favorite thing to do was to grab my face and scream at me just an inch or two away. I had some health problems, endometriosis, and that made it tough to do a lot of things. But I still managed to work 40+ in a shipyard on grave shift and care for young twins. But, because of my limitations and the pain I was always in, I was lazy, worthless, good for nothing, etc. Whenever the house wasn't spotless, supper wasn't waiting for him, I did mention I worked graveyard shift, right, or I didn't want to have sex, because the resulting pain would land me in the emergency room. When he left, we had just moved across the country, and he had asked me not to go back to work right away. I made more than him working in the shipyard, so we could get settled. So, I had 2 kids to take care of, no job, no income once he left, and I found a few bank accounts and credit cards with my name on them that I knew nothing about. He was gone for almost 5 years with hardly any contact. Then, there was a big hullabaloo a few years back regarding custody when he took them for visitation and refused to return them. He shopped the kids around to different doctors until he found one that was willing to say what he wanted. Subsequently, everyone in my family was investigated for various types of child abuse, all fabricated, and I didn't get to see them for almost 2 years. Once he gave them back, he ended up being investigated for all sorts of things, including child support fraud, tampering with official court documents, child abuse, etc. He terminated his own parental rights and made sure I wouldn't come to him for money. Not that I ever got any from him anyway. They don't know about that part either. The kids still won't tell me everything that happened with him, but I do know some of it because of court documents and medical records. They want nothing to do with him, even though I told them that they could pursue a relationship with him once they turned 18 if they wanted. He made his decision, and they made theirs. So, that's my horrible secret. I've never lied to them about any of it. But, there are some things I think they don't need to know. My daughter is only 3. She has never met her dad and never will. When we conceived her he was married and starting the divorce process, and I was married with prior children and had filed for divorce 9 months prior. Well, her dad stayed with his wife but kept coming to see me. I wasn't allowed to tell him when she was born because he was so depressed, so I emailed him 5 days after she was born. He begged to see me. He gets a hotel and I bring our daughter. He is super drunk and I run out to my car to grab something. When I come back he is pacing the room naked with her in his arms. That was the only time he has ever held her. He then put her down and asked me for sex at 6 days postpartum point. When our daughter was 6 weeks old he attempted to ghost me. So, I filed for child support. Shit hits the fan. He's a college professor. His wife at the time had severe bipolar with comorbid disorders. As soon as she finds out about my daughter she's calling herself a stepmom, begging for a relationship with her. She shows up at my apartment. She follows me around town. She stalks my social media. My lawyer said to post shit to rile her, just to see how crazy she can get. She wants visitation with my daughter, but it has to be me dropping my daughter off at a facility in one door and then leaving, and then them entering another door. She was terrified if her husband saw me, it would restart the affair, like I was some irresistible siren that called men to their deaths. Eventually she realizes he wants nothing to do with my daughter, so she divorces my daughter's dad. I'm sure it also had to do with the fact he had other affairs and picked up a coke habit. She marries a heroin user that robs our local bank, gets arrested at their house, and overdoses around Christmas. Meanwhile, my daughter's father has blocked all contact. He pops up every once in a while to ask for social security numbers. He asked for mine last year, which is weird because we were never married. And he just emailed 2 days ago for our daughters. Our daughter is gorgeous. He's still teaching at the college. His brother is a very famous director in the New York City theater district and teaches at NYU, and my daughter will never know him or his family. Presently I'm getting my degree to teach in higher education. My life is on a great track, and I'm raising my insanely beautiful and smart little girl to be a much better person. She will never know the history of her conception and her father will never pursue a relationship with her. My ex-wife cheated on her fiancé with her boss, got pregnant, never told the fiancé about cheating or the boss about being pregnant. After they decided they were separating because she was more interested in me than her fiancé, paternity test revealed the truth. Daughter doesn't know who her dad is. Dad doesn't know he has a daughter. Mom refuses to tell the real father, who is successful and now has his own family. To make things worse, then my dumbass decides to marry this woman. Like that shouldn't have been a big clue of how things would turn out. Basically helped raise the little girl from age 2-12. Her mother made little money, let them move in, paid half of all the bills for a decade, child, her car loans, her student loans, built a new house for our new family. She went from rags to riches. Daughter called me daddy for a decade. Guess what mom did? Decided to cheat on me. Long story short, 2 years of going to therapy to fix things. I finally had to give up on a worthless partner. Went through the divorce and mom would forward the emails between her and I to her daughter to read that was 13 years old because she wanted her daughter to hate me so she would never believe that her mother was responsible for the marriage falling apart and that she knew her real dad and would refuse to let him be a part of her life. Essentially, mom will never tell the daughter the reason she has had 3 dads removed from her life because mom can't keep her legs together. Child here. Obviously no longer secrets, since I know them. All my relatives are dead other than my mother and father. They all passed away before I was born. All the aunts and uncles I had growing up aren't actually related to me. If we have extended family I'm unaware of them, and my parents don't care about them. My mother was also adopted, so that whole side of the family, biologically, is unknown. Both my parents were only children, and so where their parents another is, that my grandfather of my dad's side started, have strokes and heart attacks fairly regularly at 40. This continued until he passed away at 55, bedridden in a hospital, newly fully paralyzed, having attacks all the time, because grandma didn't think he needed therapy when they first started. Worst part of that one is my dad had his first and only stroke at 73. Fully recovery and still going strong at 79, and only then was I informed of this major medical event in my family history. I hate hospitals and all medical related things, and here I'm sitting next to my father who has a slur hooked up to machines, someone who if I lost right there I would have no clue how to cope, telling me this for the first time. This all happened 6 years ago when I was 20. I do not eat healthy, fast food almost every day, and only drink soda, do not exercise, and haven't been to a doctor in over 3 years. Every medical form I filled out up to that point by me or my parents checked no on any major medical issues. Not only is this something I hide from my children, but from my entire family. It isn't something that is easy to bring up, and struggled to tell my husband that I have been with 9 years now. He's the only one that knows, and I only told him cause I'm very wary about what my children do when left alone together in the rooms. He noticed I'm always too uptight when they would close and lock their doors, especially for children that are only 3 to 6 years old. I would constantly check on them, but anyway, when I was around the age of 5 I was sexually molested by my older brother. He's older by 2 years. This went on for about a year or two. I don't fully remember. I didn't really understand what he was trying to have me do at that age. But he would take me to the room while the adults were busy and tell me to sit on him, or he would basically dry hump me and say it's a game. He would try and make jokes during these sessions to actually make me believe it was a game. He would touch my private areas while playing Sim and says, I don't remember fully when it completely stopped or how, but it continues to haunt me and make me feel so disgusted thinking back. When I turned 14 is when I started remembering those memories more clearly. I would tell myself how did I allow those things to happen? It's scary how kids are manipulated into doing disgusting acts. I never told my parents. My parents spoil my brother rotten cause he's special, and I feel like, even if they did know they would brush it off and say it's cause he's bipolar. The family only knows about him doing inappropriate stuff with my little cousin when she was around that age too. She's younger than me, and he was at that time around 10 to 11 years old. I fear my sister was sexually molested as well, but she doesn't remember much from her childhood. She only remembers from ages 9 and older. Sometimes I think she might have it buried deep down like I do. Those events traumatized me and causes me to always make sure my children aren't doing anything like that either. I made sure to have the no touching anyone's personal areas talk with them constantly, and when someone says no it's no. It's extremely hard talking about this, even with complete strangers. It makes my chest hurt and tears come to my eyes. I'm very passionate about children and hope to become a pediatric psychologist to help families that have gone through similar experiences. That my oldest daughter was an accident, and I seriously considered abortion when I found out I was pregnant. It's perhaps not as bad as it sounds and possibly worse. I'm really not sure. My husband and I were not yet married, but had been together for 10 years. We even suspect she was conceived on our 10th anniversary. We were engaged and had been for years, but were determined to pay for a modestly budgeted wedding ourselves, but had always struggled with money. I was in the first job in my budding career, was criminally underpaid, and was certain that my boss would find a way to get rid of me if he found out I was pregnant, which would make it incredibly difficult to find another job given that we are entitled to years maternity leave here in Canada. My husband was unemployed, having just left an incredibly toxic job that had him alone doing work that really required two people to do safely, and was chugging unhealthy amounts of ibuprofen just to get through the day. We were renting this rundown old house in great need of massive renovations from my father's company. We had no savings, and I was afraid that the career was on the line. The revelation that I was pregnant was a punch to the gut. How were we going to be parents now? Nothing we wanted to have in place before we had kids was in place other than my completion of college. But we wanted kids. The timing sucked, but ultimately I wanted to be a mom and have my now husband's babies. A lot of soul searching and discussion with family and friends later, we put the question of abortion behind us and prepared for baby point. As much as I love her and don't regret my decision, I have to admit that I was right to be worried. I never worked in my field again. Shortly after I started to show, my position with the company I worked for became redundant, and I was laid off visibly pregnant. My dad fortunately found room in his company for me answering phones for the remaining months of my pregnancy. I gave birth in late 2007, and we all know what happened in 2008. The job market in this area got flooded with people searching for work in my field with far higher qualifications and more experience than I could hope to compete with, and I've been floating though subsistence level employment ever since. We had one shining moment of financial stability in which we decided to have a second child, and then that all fell apart. We struggle every day. Things appear to be on the upswing as my husband is now in higher paid supervisory position, and I'm in a job with room to move up that I genuinely enjoy, but my pregnancy with my oldest changed the trajectory of our lives in so many ways. I'll probably tell her eventually, but she doesn't know that yet. It was Christmas Eve and my boy was 3, almost 4. My wife and our 7-year-old daughter were out looking at lights, but my son and I stayed home because I don't like crowds and he doesn't like the cold. So we were just sitting there in the living room, watching The Nightmare Before Christmas. It's his and I's favorite movie. He loves Zero. When someone starts pounding on the front door, I got to open it, and when I do, in staring down the barrel of pistol being held by a guy in dark red trench coat. He's obviously on drugs or something. Either way, there's this crazy look in his eyes. He says, "Let me in. I just want your stuff. No one has to get hurt." And then he lets himself in, keeping the gun on me. My mind's racing, because if he at all hurts my son, in going to jail for viciously and maliciously murdering a man. So he walks me into the kitchen and starts looking around for valuables. Then I bear my son walk towards us, and I'm panicking and tensing, and I had no idea what to faking do. My son walks in and sees me and this guy and asks, in the most innocent voice, "Santa?" Looking at the burglar. I look at the guy and there's something going through his mind. He goes, "Yep, it's me, Santa. I'm just here to talk to your daddy about how good you've been this year. Now you go back so I can talk to him, so your surprise doesn't get ruined." My son looks at me and I tell him to go and he does. Once he's back in the living room, he turns to me and says, "Didn't know you had kids. I'm sorry," and then just yeets himself out the door. I call the cops. My wife and daughter comes home. It's a big debacle. The entire time my boy's telling the cops, the paramedics, my wife, his sister, I got to meet Santa. He's almost 7 now, and he has no idea we were almost robbed. No idea when I'ma tell him. Not the parent. My mom was in and out of jail and prison all of my life growing up, and I never really saw her much, never really knew why she was in jail, and I really don't recall asking my dad either. One day, when I got in high school, I hadn't seen my mom in 5 to 6 years at that point. I decided to Google her name to see if anything would come up. Tons of results came up with different mugshots of her and news articles saying my mom is a prostitute and she apparently stabbed one of the guys she was working with. My mom is still a prostitute to this day. The article I came across at the time said my mom is such a frequent inmate at our local jail that the guards are relieved to see her in there rather than knowing she's out on the streets. Once I got older, my dad was very open with me about everything. She's a hardcore drug addict and prostitute. When I was a kid, she would break into my dad's house when we were sleeping and steal his money and his vehicle and sell our things for drug money. One time she stole his work vehicle and sold it, and he nearly lost his job over it. Another time she broke into our house 2 days before Christmas and stole all of the presents under our tree that my dad bought for me and sold those too, along with my dresser and TV that were in my bedroom. My dad said he had to go buy everything all over again on Christmas Eve. I had no idea any of these things were happening because I was so young, but it hurts my heart that my dad has to deal with all of that. Also, my boyfriend's aunt is a prosecuting attorney for the county jail, and she was able to tell me my mom has been in jail 62 times. I'm the child, and I found out when I was around 11. I think I've mentioned this before, but I can't remember where, so here we go. My mom used to be a heroin addict for about 10 years. It all started after she gave birth to my half brother. Same mom, different dad. She never specifies exact details. She just says that we brought out the worst in each other, so to try and get her through it, she started doing heroin. When my brother was like 2 or 3, he was sent to his grandparents, his dad's parents, because my mom wouldn't let him take care of him, and she knew she couldn't take care of him. She then lived on the streets too, then motels and trailers, streets again, abandoned houses, etc. Year 8 in her addiction comes along, and she finally gets her shit together. She goes to a mental hospital and gets better. A year after, she's still clean, and she meets my dad, has me, and gets to see my brother again, who is doing just fine. The last time my mom and his dad talked to each other was my brother's high school graduation, which was back in 2012. Today my mom has been clean for 17 years now, and she never ever takes opioids in case of getting addicted again, since it has the same effect as heroin. Meanwhile, my brother has a fiancée and they're both so great together, and she's really nice too. Not me, my parents. My dad is not my older brother's biological father. My brother has no clue. My mom was in an abusive relationship with an alcoholic when she got pregnant. He beat her and she left. My dad and her had been friends since they were kids, and she had always had feelings for him. They fell in love after he left to join the military, and while he was gone he asked her to marry him. He is the only father my brother has ever known, and my father has said countless times he's my son. There's no difference to me if he's blood or not. He's my son. I never knew why my brother looked so different from my dad, and it didn't click until I was older. We are all nervous he's going to find out from someone else, so I keep encouraging them to tell him. He has to know. I think he does deep down. It would fill a lot of holes for him. I just hope he doesn't hate my mom and dad. My mom made a hard decision while stuck in a tough place. She did what she thought was the right thing to do. You can't judge until you have been in that position. I, oddly, am in that position with my oldest son's bio father. I made different choices, but it doesn't make it less hard. And my dad has never done anything but love my brother with his whole heart. He's going to find out. I just hope it doesn't tear our family apart. My brother is an amazing man with some struggles. I just hope he can see the reasons why the decision was made and eventually be able to forgive our parents for not telling him. As for me, I think he's going to hate me for not telling him when I found out. It wasn't my place, and it wasn't fair to place that burden on my shoulders to keep from him. I just hate all of this. I want the secret out, and I want everyone to still be okay, but I know that won't happen. Okay, new account just to make sure any family that has Reddit can't easily connect the dots. My usual handle is very unique. It's like a game. Maybe they'll win. I don't know. Anyone who has Reddit already knows, I think, so maybe it doesn't matter. So, story time. Buckle up. I'm not the parent keeping the secret. I'm one of the children. I know the secret, and maybe the parent keeping it knows I know, but I was never explicitly told by the parent, and currently I perform ignorance with little issue. But this secret is so fucking massive in the family that it blew my mind when I learned about it a few years ago. Already in my adult years I grew up in a pretty nuclear family. Lower middle class, happily married parents, full-time father working at the family business, while mother is part-time at various customer service gigs. Went to church multiple times a week, had a pretty huge extended family, and to this day all of my grandparents are still kicking. My parents spent what little money they had to send us to private school until they couldn't, and eventually I came to terms with how low we were in the middle class, but overall pretty happy. I had a good childhood. Growing up there were various threads of drama and controversy that, at a glance, seems normal. One of my younger sisters has depression at one point I can vividly remember. Some of my aunts are crazy, sometimes. An older family member is apparently my cousin, and not what they were introduced as. Grandpa is getting old and cynical and some folk are starting to not like him. The usual. Particularly mundane, especially from my perspective, since most of it was either out of my control or outside the immediate family. I knew there was more to the extended family drama, and very much wanted the tea, but I was never given it when I was younger. The worst drama I knew of for most of my life is that my father was once dangerously close to becoming an alcoholic, but he's incredibly high functioning and my mother does a good job setting his straight, even if he won't admit it. A few years ago was the 2016 presidential election. My family goes to church a lot. I'm young, you connect the dots, and I started getting into friendly debates with my mother. Eventually they turned not so friendly. Why is this important? Well, I'm playing a bit rebellious and suggesting I've outgrown a lot of the misdirection my mother and father inadvertently indoctrinated into their children. I'm a confrontational piece of shit, but I'm typing a million words on the internet right now, so if you made the safe bet you just earned $5. Anyways, every time I try and say this, though, my mother starts to get very upset. Upset beyond politics, beyond the conversation, as though I just triggered her with what I just said. Now, it was a point my stubbornness wanted to make, because I had no context about how it could be problematic, and I just assumed I needed to rephrase my talking point. But eventually she becomes belligerent in response and we don't talk for a week. I want to say this again, to make it clear, in suggesting some aspect of parenting went wrong, I triggered her during this week of silence. My older brother approached me and calmly explained how and why I was faking up. To clarify, yeah, I'm a confrontational piece of shit with politics, and I've been working very hard to correct myself. That's the how. But why? Well, funny story, my mother is very sensitive to the question of whether or not she's a good parent because her father, my grandpa, is a child molesting son of a bitch that has caused every problem in our extended family. Fourth paragraph line. Let's return to it. Grandpa is getting old and cynical and some folk are starting to not like him? No, I'm just now becoming aware that all my aunts and uncles are fighting with each other about their evil father and how to include or exclude him from the family. Some of my aunts are crazy, sometimes. Well, the ones that hate each other now do so because they are diametrically opposed in how to handle my grandpa, one proposing making peace with the past because at this point why waste the energy, and one presumably still angry about what the past did to her because not all of them experience the horror equally, if at all. I believe, if I remember correctly, this is what makes this so triggering to my mother. She wasn't targeted by this, but her sisters were. An older family member is apparently my cousin, and not what they were introduced as. Yeah, so, apparently one of my aunts that is receiving a lot of hate was pretty faked up by the experience in her teenage years. HMM, yes, I can see why now. And one of my sister having depression? I'm sure you can guess why. He didn't stop being evil because he became old. So I was stunned when I was told this. What stuns me even more is, I'm fairly confident I don't know the whole story. I don't know all the details, or even distinctions of how far he went, because after being told enough to connect all of those dots above, I didn't want to learn more. This knowledge does me little good, only helps in contextualizing how to engage with my mother better as an adult, and, most importantly, this isn't my battle to fight. I had a good childhood. I feel guilty now about it, but that's a different battle with different players. However, there are so many emergent problems that come from this. First, and most importantly, why is he not in jail? I never got a chance to ask that before I cut myself off from investigating more, and it bothers the hell out of me. A huge part of it, I believe, is my grandma. Everybody loves her, but she's both still reliant on my grandpa and indirectly complacent, looking the other way sort of philosophy. This will definitely out me to family who read this far, I think, but this is the biggest argument my aunt proposing making peace with the past makes. Grandma is just as guilty at the end of the day, and if we cut grandpa out of our lives, or worse, we should do the same with her. And there's a lot more I could speculate on this point, maybe even diverging into a sense of legal justice or emotional vengeance, and taking matters into my own hands, but it's so fucking heavy that the epitome of rap culture is in my family's closet. Secondly, I've been very careful bringing up only my mother, my hardworking, middle-class father with traditional family values. My father doesn't know, at the very least, the part concerning his daughter. Should he, ought he, if he learns before my grandpa passes away, will he end up murdering him in vengeance? That gets you in jail, even if it is, honestly, emotionally justified. Worse, if he learns after my grandpa passes away, what is he going to do? How will the family react to his reaction? He's not necessarily emotionally expressive, but when he feels, it's very strong. I'm honestly legitimately scared of that time in the future. If anybody decides to tell him. Third, and this is a curious one for me, I have a cousin my age that idolizes my grandpa. Functionally a father figure to him. We used to be very close, but life and nonsense has made us drift apart. I still want what's best for him, though, and I'm absolutely faking torn on this. The man he considers his role model is not who he thinks he is, and I believe he should know this. But is it my right to say it? Is it anyone's? All my family members I've talked to about this, save maybe one, are basically convinced if my cousin is ever told the truth, it will emotionally and mentally devastate in every sense of the word. And he's already pretty isolated from the bulk of the family, from what I can gather. And last, most importantly, what am I supposed to do otherwise? It's not my fight, so it's easy to say, don't cause a scene, it's not your right. But, am I supposed to just be peaceful with the guy? My cousin asks me why didn't you invite grandpa to your wedding? And I respond with, oh, my mom made the invites. Ask her, because I don't know what to fucking do about it. Every time I see him, I'm physically in the same room as him. The three thoughts cross my head, he's better off dead. Morally, somebody should have said something to the authorities, so shouldn't I? Is it morally okay to talk casually with him, as though I'm his loving grandson? Because if I suddenly don't, that will beg questions, and I'm certain I'm not the only one in the family having this problems. But that doesn't change the moral dilemma I'm facing, just makes it more confusing that I share it with everyone else. To be clear, besides my grandparents, I don't blame anyone for their actions up to this point. Maybe they've made wrong decisions that have hurt one another, but I'm not in a place to judge whether or not the context has justified their disposition. I just take them at their word. But fuck, man. What does somebody even do in this situation? We've been playing ignorance so far, but it's been eating me up inside. And I guess if anybody responds, I'm definitely lurking and following this post to read everything you say, but can't respond for a while. I'm playing incognito with the alternate account, and even though I've shuffled more than half of the details around, there's enough for anyone intimate with the controversy to connect the dots. But I wanted to get it off my chest. I'm the aunt in this situation, and I still am not sure what to do. My sister started dating a guy years ago, we'll call him Jake, who just had a newborn with a one-night stand. They share custody, he pays support, there's no real romantic relationship with mom. 3 months after baby 1 is born, and only barely longer after my sister started dating him, he gets my sister pregnant. They end up getting married almost immediately, bad idea, and she has my nephew, baby 2, just shy of a year from baby 1's birth. The two kids are step siblings, they know each other, yada yada. Well, It turns out during my sister's pregnancy, Jake cheated and knocked up a third woman. Her baby is born a few months after my nephew. Here's the issue. Both the dad and the mom of baby #3 were cheating. Jake knows the baby is his, but isn't publicly claiming baby #3 as his own. They have the same obvious genetic birth defect as the other two kids, himself, and many in his family. Another man is currently raising Jake's child under the assumption it's his. The child doesn't know, of course. My nephew/niece don't know they have another half sibling. They are all very young still, early elementary school. This is definitely a situation of not my story to tell in regards to the kids, since I'm the aunt, but I feel as someone that knows the truth that I'm involved, whether I like it or not. I feel like this is bound to eventually come up somehow in some way, and I'm afraid of the why didn't you tell us ordeal. And furthermore, is it fair to this other man to be raising Jake's child believing it's his, without child support from Jake? I really don't know what to do. As a child, I found out my dad suffers from bipolar disorder and had an alcohol dependency. I also found out, when I was an infant, my parents' landlord used to break into their home and whisper crazy nonsense to me, and on multiple occasions tried to kidnap me. My mom, however, found out how horribly physically abusive my dad was, and that I was sexually abused by other older kids multiple times growing up. As a parent, I don't keep a lot from my son. Other than I don't like Minecraft or Fortnite. Or that mom and dad are struggling financially at the moment, so we can't do all the fun stuff we used to. He's technically my stepson, so I tried as hard as I can not to badmouth his real dad, who rarely pays child support, refuses to let me adopt him, or change his name, and really doesn't want anything to do with him. It's such a pain in the ass to try and keep their relationship alive and well, but my son still loves him, and I don't want to be the bad guy who comes in and ruins that point. Other than that, if he has questions I try to answer in the most appropriate way or technical way, so he gets bored. We've gone through a miscarriage, family death, new child, and my previous tales of debauchery and trauma. I just stick to the facts and try not to dramatize it, so he can come up and work through his own feelings about things. I'm a parent, but this happened to me specifically. I went 24 years of my life thinking my dad was my biological father, only to have him in a fit of rage, and at work no less, tell me I was adopted. Worst part was my uncle was sitting right there when it happened, and then confessed that there had been several times he had to watch what he said around me. Apparently, he tried to do damage control and say that he told me, because I had said that my daughter, newborn at the time, had to have tests done to make sure she didn't have the same heart disease as he did. Well, thankfully we don't really have to worry about that. But what was actually done was that I had to write in my family's medical history on her records, and since he had 2 heart attacks, I had to include that information. How that became tests, I don't know. My mother didn't bite, but instead played damage control herself, and tried to put it off on my dad, that they were going to tell me at one point, when I was old enough to understand, but that dad didn't want me growing up thinking I wasn't his kid. I mean, technically he's right. He is my dad still, but I've got this whole other guy living 3 states away that knows I exist, but never wanted anything to do with me. On the flip side of things, I have 2 kids and my biological father might never know them, which kind of makes me sad. I've toyed with the idea of reaching out to him for a few years now, but I'm terrified of faking up some guy's life, just because of something he did when he was younger. There's that side of me that wants to get to know him, because there's parts of me that I never understood where they came from until now, and I selfishly want some validation to that point. I don't know if I'll ever tell my kids the truth about all of this, cause I'm not really sure how much it would affect them in general. Her mother is a vengeful arsonist and multiple convict, who stalked us for years and set fire to 3 of the houses we've lived in. 5 years ago, when she was first convicted of arson, I left the mother and one sole custody of our 1-year-old daughter. Mom was remanded to a psychiatric facility and escaped within the year. 2 days later, shortly after 4 AM, my daughter and I are playing the fireman game where we are climbing down a 2nd-story chain ladder because the house is on fire and inescapable via the stairs. It wasn't a game. I was terrified and devastated that a lifetime of work and possessions were going up in smoke. that we barely escaped with our lives, and probably wouldn't have if the dog, who was, sadly, stuck downstairs, hadn't been barking like crazy well before the smoke alarms upstairs sounded. Turns out the ones downstairs had the batteries removed. But I didn't want my daughter to be traumatized, so it was the fireman game that we were playing because it was her second birthday that day. She was so excited by the fire trucks and the lights and the huge fire that was all for her, and the big breakfast we had afterward, and all of the family gathering at Auntie's house. It was a heartwarming and heartbreaking day all in one. House was a complete loss. Know what's really fun? Trying to convince investigators that being smiling and cheerful at the scene of an obviously intentional fire, accelerants were determined to have been used, wasn't because you set the fire yourself. No sir, I did not burn down a fully paid house that's been in my family for generations. Do you know of my ex? 2 years later, her mom hadn't been recaptured. We moved a few states over and are staying in a duplex with a fantastic couple on the other side. Their daughter and mine are best friends. They work from home and babysit for free while I'm taking classes. It's a great arrangement. I'm coming home from work at 4 PM on my daughter's 4th birthday, and I see smoke in the sky and emergency vehicles buzzing around, and I faking know what's happening already. Sure as fuck, I come home to the fire department hosing down the duplex. The neighbors are standing across the street crying, all except my little peanut, who's trying to make them understand that this is a birthday celebration for her. I hear her telling her best friend not to be sad about her toys being gone because she'll share her birthday toys. Fun times again, explaining our reaction to help the neighbors and authorities understand. The very next year, we are back home in the house my family rebuilt. It's my daughter's birthday and my head is on a damn swivel. Undercover police are staked out in the area and I've got every kind of fire control product in existence I can carry, like I'm Gotham Ripley going after Newt. I'm done with this shit. 8 PM, and it's time for bed. My little girl is sad that she didn't get her birthday fire this year, so I cave and tell her we can stay up late and roast marshmallows by the fireplace. I go out to the garage to get wood, and I smell smoke. I see it coming up from under the door to the attached greenhouse, and without even thinking I crack the door just long enough to toss in a fire retardant foam grenade. There's a pop and a hiss and the smoke stops coming from under the door. I immediately dial the police, and within moments I hear sirens. I open the greenhouse door and douse the place with an extinguisher. The flashing lights through the smoke and charred glass looks surreal, but I can make out shadows of people running and hear the words "we got her." I collapsed to my knees and wept in joy for just a moment, composed myself, and brought my girl outside to enjoy the lights while I talked to the police. She was so cute, going around and telling the officers that it was her birthday. I could see my ex in the back of one of the squad cars and felt an overwhelming sense of relief that the nightmare was over. Went back inside and roasted marshmallows with my daughter. She'll be turning 6 in a couple months from now. I know that eventually she's going to learn the truth about everything, if she cares to, but for the time being, she's safe and happy, and shows absolutely zero interest in starting fires despite her love of watching them. I'm not the biological parent, but in short I raised my half-sister's son. My sister's 17 years older than me. When she had her son, I was 9. Within the first couple weeks of his birth, she came to our mother's home and dropped him off, then left. My mother is one of the least nurturing person you'll ever meet, and left him alone for hours. Even when he cried in the middle of the night, no one would come to check on him. So as a 9-year-old kid, I took on the responsibility of raising him. My grandma that stayed at home all the time was a diabetic and lost half a leg the year of. Due to her lack of mobility, all she was able to do was have his bottle pre-made and to keep him in his crib until I came home. When school ended, I'd rush home and spend the day taking care of him. I'd change his diaper, wash his little clothes, feed him his formula, and teach him how to walk. By the time he was 3 he spoke 4 languages. Then his mother decided that the shame coming from her friend group about her son was too much and tried to parent for the first time. She took credit for everything 9-year-old me did. I raised that boy while his mom was out partying and at bars. He doesn't know that she tried to abandon him. He doesn't know how much I love him. But if he's happy and healthy, that's all I could ever ask for. My wife had children from a previous marriage. After being married for a couple years, her and I had a talk because I felt that her oldest daughter was acting inappropriately towards me, her stepdad. She was 16 at the time. I wanted my wife and myself to address her about it before it became an issue point. Before we got to actually talking to her about it, she groped me while in the living room with several other people in it. I quickly moved her hand and simply told her under my breath that myself and her mother would talk about it later. Before I could talk to her mom, she went to her crying, and her groping me turned into me forcing her to touch me while I grabbed her. Thankfully, between having already brought up the idea of it and my wife knowing me, she didn't immediately buy into it, and after a quick conversation with all of us the truth came out. I stated that, as long as it never happened again, and we all had a clear understanding, I would drop it then and there. That was 5+ years ago. This actually came up recently, as when she was at her dad's house with her other adult siblings, she made an accusation that I had molested her. One of them actually confronted me about it, and her mom and I both simply denied it without going into details. She apparently has been spending her time talking about everyone behind their backs, though, so they were more gauging our reaction to it, already not believing her. Even so, we've still kept the actual details to ourselves, and nobody outside of the three of us know the truth. TLDR at bottom, I'm a guardian, not the parent, but my wife's family has a lot going on. They don't talk about things that are unpleasant. Cut to my wife's baby sister, the last of the kids, all alone in the house with mom. Mom has long history of substance abuse. Baby sister, we'll call her M for short, finds all sorts of things when mom is gone. Alcohol, white powder, weed, a shit ton more alcohol. We have been looking into options on how to legally take her into our home, as we take care of her often and want the best for her. A week ago, she calls us on FaceTime cause mom is missing. She's frantic. We calm her and stay on the line. Point enter mom. She storms and screaming, and I mean faking screaming at this child who was just so worried about her mom's safety. On the phone for at least 15 minutes, while this grown-as 50-something woman is telling her child that she is ruining her reputation and a bunch of other bullshit. We screen recorded it. Mom doesn't know. Also, mom was at the bar, so came home wasted. How do you explain to the kid that mom doesn't really mean what she's saying? She's just drunk. Point. But the real thing is, when I met my wife we were in high school, 15 and 16. My wife's mom had been missing for 6 months. Immediately after having M, she abandoned her 4 children with their father and moved to a different state. She literally abandoned the home they lived in, full of the kids' things. Everything got ruined in flooding while she was gone. I helped my wife clean out her room. They had no idea where she was. M doesn't know this. The way she feels about her mom is so different than my wife can ever feel. But now, it's getting really bad again. I don't know how to break it to her that mom has always been like this, and there's a reason all the kids just moved out in the last couple years. She abandoned them and chose M, but we, all the siblings and so's, choose M too. And we'll be damned if we let that monster treat her child like that. Point TLDR mother-in-law is unstable and is now lashing out at the only kid left in the home. A 12-year-old. 12-year-old doesn't understand why subs left. They were abandoned by mom first. My oldest child, 8F, is not my biological daughter, but I'm the primary parent of her and her sister, 5Y.0. Her mother had severe fourth drug issues and got pregnant when cheating on me with another user. Baby mama was so distraught when I found out about her addiction, cheating, and pregnancy that I believed BM would either kill herself or keep using and kill the baby. I stayed with BM to get her into methadone treatment, so I knew that they'd both come out the other side alive and as healthy as possible. My daughter was born with absolutely no ill effects. Both of our families know the truth. Point I stayed with BM long enough to actually get her pregnant with my second daughter. She's mine, no doubt. It was irresponsible though, because BM was still, and still is, in methadone treatment. Luckily she was also born with no ill effects. That was the last time me and BM had sex. I could not continue to be responsible for her well-being and a participant in her delusions. I'm currently raising the girls with some help from BM's mother. BM helps me with homework and cooking once or twice a week. She is still taking methadone and is unemployed, but at least has been more consistently present during the last year. It's hard to date again because of the trust issues and because I barely have any time to myself as a single parent. I will wait to discuss this with my oldest daughter when she is capable of understanding all of this. It may have to wait until she is 18. I really don't know. Trigger stillborn/infant loss. My child, 4 months, is too young to know/understand, and maybe my feelings will change with time, but I'm devastated that my newborn isn't a girl. Background: I lost my second child, a baby girl, at 31 weeks gestation, September of 2017. They never found a cause. It was devastating. Yes, I received grief counseling. Still going. I got pregnant with my rainbow baby 6 months later. I was 40 years old, so didn't want to wait long, and once you lose a baby, you have this overwhelming urge to try again. I wasn't going to go out like that. I wanted my baby girl more than anything. When I got pregnant, I initially didn't want to know the gender. We found out in the first trimester our firstborn's gender, boy. Same with our baby girl, so considered trying something different. Also, I knew the pregnancy was going to be rough/scary and thought that little mystery might keep me going. After we got pregnant W/3, technically, we met with the genetic counselor and we told her we didn't want to know the gender. My husband said afterwards he thought some of her statements seemed to hint that it was a boy, would only need certain testing to be done if baby was a boy. I called her the next day while husband was in the shower and asked to know. I lost my sheet when she said boy. I was never going to have a baby girl. I'd never know what she cold looked like. I'd be a boy mama, and that was that. The pregnancy was terrifying. I was scared, angry, depressed and anxious the whole time. I didn't count on him being real until after he was born breathing. There was a brief time of peace after he was born. I had my living, breathing, adorable baby. But sometimes, when he's having a hard time, crying and being a typical challenging baby, and I'm tired, I feel angry. Like, what makes you so faking special that you're here and she's not? Why did you get to live and she had to die? The other night, I had to put him in his crib and walk away because I was so frustrated. In my head I kept saying, I hate you. I hate you. I even dreamt that I took him to the hospital as a safe surrender drop-off. My husband is very hands-on, so I rarely get exhausted to this point. I also don't feel I'm a danger to the baby or anyone. It's just thoughts. I feel bad that I even have these feelings, but I do. He's such a pretty baby. Long eyelashes and almond eyes. Big smile. I almost can get a glimpse of what she would have looked like had her eyes ever opened. My husband got a vasectomy and I'm 41, so our baby making days are over. If I was younger, maybe we would have tried for a girl, but that's not our reality. I wish he was a she. I wish I could have had a second chance. I miss my baby girl. Holding him reminds me of what it was like to hold her before we had to leave her behind. So I was the kid, but there's a few that I still think about a lot. My parents got divorced while I was pretty young, around 6 I think. Both of my parents were great and treated me well. I saw them argue, of course, but I never really understood why they broke up. Maybe a few years later I found a message on my Facebook account. Yes, I had a Facebook super young, I don't know why, and I didn't remember sending it. I don't have pictures of it, but I remember looking at it regularly for years trying to figure out what it meant. Then it clicked. It pretty much read, "Hey, it's mom's name. I'm using my daughter's account and I think my husband is having an affair with your wife." The guy denied it and told her to go away. I lost that account, so the message is long gone, but I remember it. I never told my dad about the message, and probably never will. He already knows how much he faked up, and was even cheated on last year, and acknowledged how it was karma. He's a good guy who faked up, and knows it. I don't want to bring it up, and make him feel even worse than he already does. He's done more stuff like stealing credit cards, which I don't know too much about. I just know it happened. But he's a good guy, and it was a long time ago. I'm always scared of bringing that stuff up, because I'm scared people will see him as a bad guy. being a single mom of 3 kids, in college working on her professional level English degree, and teaching at 2 different colleges almost full time, money was a struggle. So, my mom turned to having sex for money based online. Sort of like those scammy ads you see on Pornhub. I never really knew until my dad got in a fight with my brother shortly after she died, when he mentions it, saying that he used to sell drugs to her Johns. Yeah, that's another thing, my brother sold drugs. It almost got us kicked out at one point. When I got a little more older, and realized what a John is, everything clicked. How often my mom went out, the guys who came around, one time when I couldn't look in her room, while she was talking to my sister and my sister said I'll tell you when you're older. I don't blame my mom at all, she was a great woman, and did what she had to do to keep a roof over our head and food on the table. This one is shorter, but my dad has a lot of mental issues, and tried to kill himself multiple times, and spent a lot of time in mental hospitals due to it. He never succeeded, thank God, but it's scary thinking about. He suffers from depression, schizoaffective disorder, among other things. There's more, but I was old enough to know about them. My family has plenty of secrets, and faked up shit. I guess some of them aren't secrets now though. My grandmother found out at the age of 86 that 2 of her brothers were half brothers and her mom was married to another man. The other man was apparently very abusive, and she feared for her life and the lives of my grandmother's 2 half brothers. She and her husband's cousin or friend's cousin, I'm not really clear on that, fled to another country to hide in a remote small town and start a new life. She left everything and everyone behind and never contacted them again. She was very close to her older sister, but never contacted her again, because she didn't want to risk anyone's lives after my grandmother's parents and many of her siblings had passed of old age. One of her aunt's children began reaching out to our family with this wild story. He said his family all knew about my great-grandmother, and had always wondered about her and her family. His mother was so broken up about missing her sister, and worried about her. They found us through the ancestry.com type of thing, and started to try contacting us. He included pictures of my great-grandmother, so that we'd believe the story. It was easy to see it was true. He had a lot of documents to prove it. It was weird to see my great-grandmother's first wedding picture. It was easy for my grandmother and her remaining siblings to believe, because it explained why her mom was always so secretive and sad. She'd often cry for no apparent reason. She also never got a telephone, so that her name wasn't published in the telephone directory. My great-grandmother and grandfather took this secret to their graves. While they had a good reason for keeping it, it's still pretty faked up. I got to the first one is not mine, but one time my mom and I went to a baptism. We sat down on the same table and some ladies sat down with us. For some reason, they started talking about parents paying for weddings and stuff. My mom then said something along the lines of my sister got married twice and my dad paid for the wedding both times. I was shocked. My mom has 3 sisters, and I never knew that one of them had married twice. She looked at me and said don't say anything. I don't think that her children, my cousins, who I get along with very well, even know about it. Doing the math and the fact that she said children instead of child, I realized who she was talking about. I hate knowing it, because those cousins are the ones I talk to the most. One of them is my age and we talk about everything. The other one was revealed to me by my mom, again lol, about 3 years ago. But there's some backstory. A few months after my parents divorced, I was 11. My dad came to my house and said he wanted to tell us something important about his past. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was bad, and that I didn't want to hear it. So I just told him I didn't want to know and went crying to my room. He ended up just telling my brother. Fast forward to when I'm 15 to 16 years old, my mom got into an argument with me and my brother because we didn't want to do anything with her anymore, and she was sad about it. She started crying and said something like I'm so sorry, but I never thought I would divorce your dad, but he cheated on me and I couldn't forgive him. And that's when I knew. That's the thing my dad wanted to tell me, but I refused to hear. I went to my room and started crying because I felt like I didn't even know who my dad was anymore. It enraged me that he would put maybe 20 minutes of pleasure before his family. Honestly, I wish I never found out. Although I'm older and have worked through that situation, I still think about it every now and then. I love my dad, but I get so sad thinking about what my life could have been like if he hadn't cheated. And I know it's not fair to put all the blame in him, but I would say it's the majority point. TLDR, my aunt has a secret ex-husband, and I found out that the cause of my parents' divorce was that my dad cheated, and that has caused some issues in my mental health. I was raised by my grandparents and my aunt. My mother just wasn't mature/able to. She had me very young. Which leads to the story of my father. I was told by my mother and grandmother that my father was a man who passed away a month before I was born. They even kept a picture of his obituary. I've only ever seen it once. Never questioned it, because I can't miss someone I never really knew. Fast forward to about 21ish. I can't remember exactly how old I was when this was told to me. I was having drinks with my aunt, and we got to talking about my father. After noticing her body language had started to change, I asked what was up. She then started to tell me that the man they had been referring to as my father wasn't really my father. She had mentioned that my father was still very much alive and lives in the surrounding area. She also mentioned that she still saw him periodically while she was out at the local bars. That wasn't it either. She then mentioned that my mother had another child, a girl, a couple years after I was born. No one in my family told me, nor did I even see my mother pregnant. I didn't really see my mother at all growing up. The little girl was given up for adoption. The stipulation was that no one on our side of the family was allowed to reach out or try to contact her. She had to on her own free will. My grandmother was allowed to send family photos to the family, but never really knew if they just threw them away or not. I have no idea how old she is, or anything. I don't know if the father thing is true STLL to this day. Their daughter has been confirmed by my grandmother before she passed, as well as my mother. TLDR, I was told my father was someone who died before I was born. Then informed later in my life that was a lie, and that he's someone else. Also, I have a sister I know nothing about. Still don't know the truth about my father. My sister is 100% truth on my aunt's part. When I was a tween, I found out my dad had a kid with another woman before he met my mom, so I had an older half sister I had never met at that point. Before he even met my mom, the other woman got raped by some other guy. Her parents forced her to marry her rapist, and those same parents drove dad away, adamant he get out of their lives. We later learned that the woman eventually committed suicide. Unsurprising, given the circumstances. Something happened to the rapist, either ran off, or got killed or something. I don't know the details, and my half-sister got raised by her abusive grandparents. That sister eventually found dad and made contact to find out why he wasn't in her life. She wouldn't accept the truth that her grandparents had chased him off, and that he and mom would have taken her into their home in a heartbeat if they'd known she'd lost her mom. She has a horrible case of Stockholm Syndrome, defended her abusive grandparents, and cut ties with dad. Dad is still sad about it almost a decade later. What's worst is dad was an abused kid himself. It hurt him that he could have helped prevent that if only he'd known. Obviously not his fault. They made it abundantly clear that he was to stay out of the lives of my sister's mom and themselves. But yeah, I fully believe dad and mom would have fought tooth and nail to rescue my sister if they'd known what was going on. Long story, so here is a quick TLDR. I'm the child of a parent with a faked up secret. I moved from Brazil to the U.S. with my mom when I was 6. At the age of 33, when I had my first child, my mother finally told me who my real dad was, that we were his secret family, and that I have 2 half-sisters that I didn't know about. One sister found out and flipped out and blocked me on Facebook. The other sister doesn't know, I don't think, and I just found out she now lives in the US, less than an hour from me. I have zero recollection of my real father. All I know is that my mom raised me until I was 6 in Brazil and didn't have to work. My dad paid for her to live, and according to her things didn't work out with him, and he would visit all the time while I lived in Brazil. My mother has this uncanny ability to avoid difficult conversations. When I was growing up and asked about him, She would either change the subject, redirect the conversation, or say that my grandmother said he was asking about how I was doing, and that he missed me. Never really considering my serious questions, or having a true discussion about my past. It became a non-thought to me as I progressed through high school and college, then got married. Shortly after I got married, when I was 31, she told me that he had passed away. I was shocked and finally pried out of her his name, but there wasn't really much I could do with just his name, so I just moved on and forgot about it. Then comes my first daughter. My mother was so emotional and happy when she was born that one evening she sat me down and had what I think is the first real conversation we've ever had about my past. She told me that my father was married when she met him. They had an affair for years, and I was born. He supported her and was supposed to leave his wife for her, but he never did. They had a fight and she ultimately said she was taking me away from him and moved us to the US. She also then told me that I have 2 half-sisters whom I never met. She told me their names and said they were on Facebook. If I wanted to look them up, I found them on Facebook and friended one of them, the younger one who closer to my age, saying that my mother was a friend of her father. For about 6 months, we talked here and there, but I was afraid to say anything about my true identity. I tried to inconspicuously find out as much as I could about her dad's history as I could. One day my mother was having another emotional day and apparently told my half-sister, we'll call her Luciana, that I was her half-brother. I then get an angry tirade of messages from Luciana about what my mother told her. She just went off, calling my mother a hoe, a home wrecker, every name in the book. I try to reason with her saying I can't imagine how it feels to be told that your late father, a man she probably adored and respected, had a secret family and a son. She ultimately ends the conversation saying she wants nothing to do with me or my mother. She unfriended me and has ignored any attempts of me trying to reach her. Fast forward to 2 days ago. I got my results from 23andMe and basically confirm I have some distant cousins that are related to my 2 half-sisters. It prompts me to look them up on Facebook again, and I find that the second older sister, who for some reason I never contacted because I figured I would get the same outcome, now lives in the United States and less than an hour away from me. I find this out because she has posted about her business. She is a massage therapist on Facebook. I'm hiding this from my child, but also from my younger step siblings, who are adults now, one of whom I have a maternal relationship with. My biological dad abused my mom, kidnapped me, and when she tried to get me back, he lured her and raped her in front of me. He went on to marry, have 2 kids, and divorce. He hid his abusive personality better from those kids. My mother fled, had mental health issues, and went to live with her parents. Her father had molested her, and he molested me. She doesn't even know, as I only realized as an adult. She also ended up leaving that house after she had an affair with her brother-in-law and broke up her sister's marriage. Things eventually got better, a lot better. She remarried a good guy. But I'm estranged from her and all my family really, and they don't really know why. My kid knows my mother can be verbally abusive etc. and that there was aggression in the home, but not that half of it. My only concern is that he feels bad at times if he yells at me or something and I cry, but my history is such that I have some PTSD. I will tell him when he's older, but honestly the whole thing is like a shadow over anyone who is involved with it, so better to keep what I can to myself. Are you ready? Boy, do I ever have a story for you, all 100% true. I went to a stranger's funeral with my mom and dad when I was 12. Turns out that the man in the casket was my biological father, which I didn't learn until I was an adult. Also, when I was 14 I went to my grandfather's funeral and my grandma asked me if I had talked to my brothers. I'm an only child, or so I thought. I went home and mentioned this to my dad, thinking my grandma had dementia, but his face turned red and he told me that he and my mom needed to talk and he would explain later. Here's what they told me that day. My mother died 2 months after I was born. Realize that up until then, I thought my mom was my mom and my dad was my dad. My dad is actually my uncle. My birth parents adopted 2 boys, Mark and Mike, before I was born. Not only that, I lived with my biological father, my bribers and his new wife, until I was 5. My mom and dad fought my bio dad in court, because they frequently noticed bruises all over my body when they watched me. My bio dad's second wife, Betty, was an abusive heroin addict that tried to murder me, my brothers, and my bio dad more than once. She was crazy as hell. My bio dad has a change of heart and allowed me to be permanently adopted by my aunt and uncle. My brother Mark went to live with my grandmother, who raised him, until he was 18. This was kept a secret from me. When I was a little boy, I used to go see my grandma a lot. They would lock his bedroom door and he would play next door, or go to a sleepover. I once played with my brother Mark, and didn't remember he was my brother, because it had been 5 years and I'd blocked it all out. My brother Mike stayed with Betty and my bio dad. He was beaten, starved and mentally tortured. He got into trouble with the law and went to prison for a while. I met Mark and Mike as soon as I had a driver's license and a car which I bought so I could meet them. They are both doing well. Mark is about to retire early at 55. Mike is about to turn 60. He's totally healed and turned his life around. He's been sober and drug-free for nearly 20 years. Later on I had memories come back of severe abuse when I lived with my bio dad. Horror movie sheet. Eventually I confronted my mom, to you, my aunt, thinking she would tell me it's all my imagination, but, to my horror, she confirmed that it was all true. She confessed that she and my dad had hoped that I would just forget everything and have a normal life, because that's all they ever wanted for me. Bonus secret, when I was 15, I came home to a house with no pets. I had grown up with 4 dogs and a cat. My parents decided one day to have all of our animals put down. One was due to a lawsuit because one of our dogs killed the neighbor's chihuahua. One was because she was blind, but the other 2 were fine. The cat was an asshole, but I loved him anyway. So, yeah, that was devastating. One year I find out my parents aren't my parents, and everything else above, and the next year they surprise me with having 5 animals put down while I was at school. There's more, but that's what I have time for now. Finally I can tell this one. I'm not the parent, the child, or even related. My girlfriend in college, let's call her a Bab, figured this out about her parents. Her mom was a success story of a single mother, raising a Bab while putting herself through a law school. Her mother graduated law school, married another lawyer who raised a Bab like his own daughter, and had 2 other kids, who were around 5 and 8, when I started dating a Bab in college. She was so proud of her mother. Throughout this time, a Bab occasionally would go visit her biological father, a man we'll call Charles, who lived in New York City. She never understood why Charles disliked her mother so much, and every time she asked him about it, he refused to say any further, saying it was her mother's business, and it wasn't his place. But then Abba turned 18, Charles apparently decided it was time to get some things off his chest, and as an adult, Abba had the right to know. Her mother and Charles met when they were in college, and started dating right away. But just as quickly as they started dating, her mother found out she was pregnant. As predicted, life came crashing down on the both of them, but her mother was firm in the belief that she should keep the child. Charles was understandably freaked out, and they argued about whether to keep the child or not, but in the end, her mother carried the baby to full term. When she went to the hospital, Charles was there, and, as Abba told it to me, little baby Terry came out with a full head of beautiful red hair, and no voice. The baby was stillborn. Devastated, her mother clung to Charles for support, but Charles had learned enough about himself to know that he was not meant for her, and they split up shortly afterwards. In the months that followed, her mother eventually talked Charles into meeting up, and in a night of remembrance, things escalated. Afterwards, Charles went his own way, Abba's mother went the other, and 9 months later, Charles found out that out of guilt for losing her first child, her mother had tricked him into sleeping with her one last time, and baby Abba was born. Every year, the small family goes to a graveyard in their hometown, and lays flowers on the grave of little baby Terry with his beautiful head of red hair, and Abba's mother cries while her stepfather holds her. and I do not know what thoughts go through a Baz's mind now that she knows what she knows, but I do not envy her. TLDR, her mom got pregnant on accident, but it was stillborn, so she tricked her ex into sleeping with her again, but didn't use protection, so she'd have another baby. Said baby grew up to be my college girlfriend and she only found out when she turned 18. It's not a faked up secret, but we are hiding from them the fact that we are fairly wealthy as a family. Their grandparents, my parents, are worth tens of millions of dollars. I knew my dad was a somewhat successful businessman growing up, but we lived in a normal home in a middle class neighborhood. We never bought expensive or flashy things, and my dad's attitude towards stuff like housework, yard work, home improvements, automotive maintenance was, why the fuck would I pay someone to do something I can do myself for much cheaper? Every weekend was a trip to Home Depot for whatever project my brother and I were being forced to work on, and while I had friends who were given allowances and things like that, we were not, since my parents didn't believe in handouts and my mom, being one of 12 herself, felt that all chores and housework were the responsibility of everyone in the household without the expectation of reward. We didn't have cable TV growing up. My brother and I didn't have a video game system until we started our own neighborhood grass cutting and show shoveling business and raised the $125 necessary for a Super Nintendo. If we wanted a car when we were 16, we were expected to purchase it ourselves and pay for the insurance. We were expected regardless to get an after school and summer job, which we all did. College was paid for, but the expectation there was that we would have a part-time job and contribute for books, food, and other expenses, which we did as well. Bottom line, as we always had everything we needed without question and were taught to be grateful for it. Roof over our heads, food on the table, clothes, medical care, education, etc., which is a hell of a lot more than a lot of people can hope for. I didn't find out until I was 18 or so just how much money my parents had, and by that time I was mature enough to realize why they had intentionally hidden that fact. As a result of their choices, while we had, in my opinion, a very easy, fun, and great childhood, we were never spoiled and never really felt entitled. My siblings and I learned how to work for what we get and picked up little skills along the way. I just finished my DIY basement remodeling with the help of my brother, using knowledge gained from doing that with my dad 16 years ago. There are stereotypes of the bratty kids of rich people for a reason, and I despise those types while growing up, and always considered them quite pathetic and useless. I'm not a multimillionaire yet, but I'm working on it, and so is my brother. We both went into different fields from my dad because we didn't want to swim in his wake, and we both refused monetary help or support from him with things such as home down payments because we want to do it for ourselves. If worst came to worst and we had to go to him for help, he would provide it in a heartbeat, but since he raised us correctly, that will never be necessary unless some unthinkable catastrophe occurs. My family also has a history of longevity on both sides, and I suspect and hope that my parents will be around to reach 100 years old, meaning my siblings and I are not living with the expectation of a handout or inheriting anything. All inheritance in that case would go to my kids or even their kids, since my parents making it to 100 would mean I'd be 65 years old, meaning my oldest would be in their 30s and already established. I've been telling my parents to spend their money and enjoy it, but my dad's sole hobby at this point is investing rather than spending, so it'll just be a giant cash ball which grows in perpetuity and never gets spent. TLDR, my kids and my brother's kids have multi-millionaires for grandparents, but we've hidden this fact from them because we don't want them growing up a bunch of entitled, spoiled, elitist dickheads who expect to become millionaires via inheritance. I'm the grandchild, but it turns out my nan, Irish, had a son out of wedlock and was forced to give him up for adoption at the Magdalenes. The dad was apparently a sailor who sailed on. The son got sent to Australia, and she never told a soul. No letters, nothing. We are not even sure my granddad knew. She later went on to have a long and happy marriage, giving birth to 4 more kids, my mum and my 3 uncles. Granddad was apparently the nicest man in the world, as he met my nan in Ireland and married her to get her out of the Catholic institution she was at. I'm sad to say I don't remember much about him, only that he was quiet and bookish. They were always fairly poor, and from what my mum's told me of their living conditions, another child probably would have put them on the breadline. So now, over 60 years later, her son manages to track our family down from Australia. Apparently his adoptive parents told him when he was 21 and were very kind. Discovers that my nan has passed on and had 4 more kids. Thus he emails my mum, who at first thought it was a scam and didn't respond. When she did, the truth came out, and my mum, who Nana always said inherited her father's brains, did the research and found out about the Magdalene asylum she gave birth at and shares it with her brothers. We didn't find out until I walked home from college and found my mum on Skype with him in London. He'd moved to the UK for work and to find his mum 10 years ago, and now he's retired. He and his kids come over to the big family barbecue in summer. He and my mum went on a week-long holiday to Ireland last year in order to learn more about my nan and anything at all about my granddad, because they never ever mentioned his past. Before my husband and I were married, and when we were still casually dating, he was a sperm donor for one of his friends that was asking for a child, no strings attached, and he wouldn't be required to be involved because she just wanted a kid and nothing else. Because there was no official channel, there was no anonymous NDAs or requirements, so it was just a secret. She got pregnant and moved to New York to be with her family, and my husband moved in with me once we became serious. She found out, and everything just exploded into confused chaos. What was supposed to be a secret turned into a family scandal and emotional turmoil, resulting in his mother and grandmother begging him to be involved with their grandchild, and plastering Facebook photos of her trying to convince him, while brushing me off, and telling me to get over it despite my husband telling them to stop, and he was just a sperm donor and nothing more. It's still a family rift to this day, especially since I remember the treatment he and I were given about it, and now that things have calmed down, the mother realized that it was annoying to have your sperm donor's parents pestering you with requests for pictures, especially after the desire that he would change his mind on the agreement and live with you after the baby was born went away. His family has changed gears and has started asking us for grandchildren. I still haven't figured out if this will be a secret to my child or not whenever we have one, though I feel bad about it anyway. If you ever become a sperm donor for your friends or a surrogate, always go through official channels also. If anyone was wondering, the child from what I know of is very happy and has a father figure in her life. That his father is a pose who went mad the second he found out I was pregnant. I was 19. My son would cry because he didn't have a dad, so when he was 2 I put my pride aside and reached out so that he could be a part of his life. I'm glad my son has his father in his life now, but I regret bringing him back into the picture. He only talks to my son when it's his days to see him. And he makes comments to my son implying that he's been around since day one. Makes my blood boil. Has threatened to take him and not bring him back. Would tell him how they should go on a secret vacation to Mexico mommy wouldn't know of. He never paid child support until he was 6 and only paid for 2 years and now hasn't provided anything for him since November. I have a court order I'm in the process of having the state enforce. He riles him up with empty promises, only to cancel last minute, to go party or to take out his fiancée instead. I know this because my son has came home crying telling me about it, except for the times when he bails on my son seems to think the sun shines out of his ass. I can't bring myself to burst his bubble and tell him the truth about his dad, but he's starting to notice things on his own now. It started with his last name. My son has mine, not his bio dad's. And even flat out asked me if he was around when he was a baby. I had to explain that he was too young now, but that we would talk about it when he's a bit older. It broke my heart to see my son crying like that when he asked me. His bio dad to me will always be a pose. My son is 9 now, and my husband has raised him as his own since he was 3. I really wish I would have met my husband earlier. Maybe if I did I wouldn't have let his bio dad back in the picture. First, I need to apologize, because this is going to be a long one. My mom was a victim of incest/rape at the hands of 4 of her 7 brothers. It was never all of them at once. More like it would be one of them for a while, but then after that one would stop, one of the others would start up after a while. It all came out when she was in high school and basically had a mental breakdown in the middle of the school day. The police and social services were called, and in the end, the brother, my Uncle John, that was doing it at the time got sent away. This part was never explicitly explained as him getting arrested, but I think that's what it was given the next bit. I guess the reason he is the only one that got punished is that he's the only one they could prove did anything. This would have been sometime in the 1970s, and to this day my Uncle John still tells anyone that will listen that my mother ruined his life. My grandmother had suspicions about what was going on before this, but she told my mother to keep her mouth shut. Eventually, when my mom married my dad, and they had kids, my grandmother was always cold or mean to us. I don't really remember her, because I was very little when she died, but this is what my older sister relayed to me. Mom went to her priest and he just told her to pray, and it will stop. So, when Uncle John finally went away for a while after mom trip to flying as my dad calls it, my grandmother basically turned against my mom. My mom's two sisters sometimes hint that they are on the uncle side of this, which is faked up because 1, the older sister was a victim of the incest too, and 2, part of why my mom freaked out at school was that Uncle John was getting ready to go after the younger sister too. For reference, my mom's younger sister was 14 when my parents got married in 1981. So, good old Uncle John is not just a rapist, he's a pedophile. I didn't find out about any of this until I was about 16, when my dad finally sat me down and told me about it. It certainly explained a lot about my mom's behavior over the years. Like the time when I was 12 and my Uncle John called the house while my parents were out for the afternoon. Apparently, he had been told he's not allowed to call our house, and my dad took it to the point of not allowing him to have our number when we moved. Well, he got our phone number from someone, probably my mom's older sister, and called the first time before my parents left. My dad told him to fuck off and never call us again. Then, when they went out that afternoon, he called back, and I answered the phone. Because we didn't have caller ID, it just displayed the number. Uncle John was drunk and kept me on the phone for over an hour, yelling at me talking about how my mother ruined his life and that she's a faking bitch, etc. I was just confused because I was only 12 and he wasn't explaining what he was talking about, and I didn't understand why he was yelling at me. I finally managed to politely get off the phone, but then about 15 minutes later he called again and kept me on the phone for I don't know how long, but it was a while, until my parents came home. I was visibly upset and my dad asked what was wrong. When I told him Uncle John was on the phone and he sounded drunk, he took the phone and told me to go outside and play with the dog. I found out later that my dad basically told my Uncle John that if he ever not only called our home again, but spoke to me, let alone made me as upset as I got, again, then dad would personally drive up to where he lived and kill him. Honestly, my dad wouldn't have even cared if he got caught. Once he got off the phone with my uncle, my dad immediately called my mother's father and told him what happened. I guess my grandfather laid down the law, because we have never heard from Uncle John since. He also doesn't show up to family events when mom is going to be there. But like I said, every once in a while my mom's older sister says something that indicates that she's on the uncle's side. And you can tell when my mom has been talking to her, because she's always upset when she gets off the phone. And my aunt does weird shit like tell everyone not to tell my mom about important events, like when my cousin was getting married. So, yeah, my family really doesn't have anything to do with my mom's siblings, as you can imagine. That whole side of the family is faked up. I don't have kids, but I remember the faked up secrets of my childhood. Point when I was a young teen, 13 or so, my dad left for business trips a lot. Point really, he went over to an old friend's house and did coke for a couple of days. I only found out because my stepmom told me after she found out. This was only a year or so after I walked in on my dad doing ecstasy in our bathroom. Also, my mom was thoroughly convinced something was wrong with me as a kid because I was a rowdy boy who didn't play well with others. I was an only child and I never stayed in one town for long because my mom kept moving. She was an army brat, so I'm not sure how she didn't put two and two together. Anyway, she constantly had me in therapy, but I had a therapist every month or so because they would tell her I was normal but needed more interaction with kids my age. She signed me up for a study for antidepressants for kids. I was definitely not depressed, by the way. The pills kept me meek and easily controlled. I don't remember anything from that time point. I didn't find this out until I was an adult and got an advertisement for that antidepressant later, and it triggered memories. That wasn't a fun conversation. I still haven't forgiven my mom for that because she has been insincere with her apologies. So, I'm not a parent, but this is relevant, and I just found out yesterday. My best friend called me tripped out. He got a message on Facebook from these two dudes trying to find their dads. They were about to give up when they found my buddy. Buddy calls his dad. After some grilling, the dad finally comes clean. A woman that he worked with back in the day wanted kids, but didn't have a partner. Buddy's dad has kid. Buddy's dad has kid to kids with this lady, and they agree to take this secret to their grave and not tell anyone. I guess a couple of years ago the woman got sick and spilled the beans, and they have been searching ever since. Buddy's dad has never had a social media account, which makes sense. It's crazy. The one kid was born 4 months before my buddy, and the dad's marriage to his mom was broken up for cheating. I've known the guy since I was a kid, and he always seemed like such a quiet nerd who facts, I guess. So my friend's dad has been carrying around the fact that he had 2 sons that nobody but one person knew about his entire life. My friend hasn't told his mom yet. I think it'd just break her heart all over again for no reason. On the positive side, the guys seem cool, and my best friend has 2 new actual blood brothers. Also, their mom was adopted, and now they actually get to learn something about their family history, since she has no idea who her birth parents were. My dad never talked about his family. He always avoided talking about anything or anyone from his family side. Last year only we found out he has all of his family members living in India, and he ran from his house when he was 16 without a penny because he hated being in their religion. Everyone on dad's side is very religious. He used to be a Sikh. One day he cut his hair and gave up everything and ran from India and traveled the world, changed his identity too. He changed his first name and last name. He doesn't believe in any religion, so he brought us up without religion too. One day my dad thought of searching for his only sibling sister on Facebook. I found out he was searching for her sister using different spellings. That way I found out about my dad's sister. He found out that my grandma, dad's mom, is alive. He wasn't expecting, since my dad himself is around 62 years of age. He cried a lot when he Skyped with grandma and my aunt. Everything was very overwhelming. Me and my sister went to visit our grandma. They really showered us with love, but we found out that dad's elder brother still wants dad to come back in one condition, that he rejoins the religion and follows Sikhism. Dad was very sad to find out that they don't want to see him unless he comes back to following the religion. He still hasn't met his family, but tells us to go visit. Personally, I don't like them because they still are choosing religion over meeting with dad. Dad wants them to accept him as he is, atheist. It's not really faked up in comparison to others here. But, my daughter, too, will never know my biological father or any of that side of my immediate family. My dad spent 15 years in prison. I was around 3 when he went in for a self-defense murder. I remember my mom taking me to see him a lot while he was in and always pictured life when he got out, and I could have both parents. He got out when I was 16 to 17. It was good for a few months. Then the drugs started. Then the abuse to my mom started. I wasn't having any of that and had an all-out fist fight with him when I seen him hit my mom. Then there's the rest of the family on that side. They are all drug dealing, gang members, welfare sucking parasites to society. They don't deserve the handouts they get, and it sickens me that I share DNA with them. It's always in the back of my mind what I would do or say if we ever ran into them out and about. I know they know I have a child. It's all over Facebook and there are mutual friends mixed in. But it's been 2 years. I don't think it's likely to happen. I'll be 28 in June and haven't spoken to him or any of that family in almost 10 years. My mom is happy with her boyfriend, was husband at one point, divorced due to other issues but still together, and my daughter absolutely adores him. As far as I'm concerned, he's my dad, that's my daughter's grandpa, and his family is my family. They are such great people. The other little tidbit about him. I have a half brother, same dad. Last I heard dad, is married to my brother's mom. He then took her and her 2 other kids that are not his and moved away, leaving my brother behind. Throw away for obvious reasons. My grandfather murdered a man when he was in his mid to late 20s. He is Hispanic and grew up in a pretty racist area/time. My grandfather had earned the trust and respect of the Italians who ran the neighborhood he lived in. He was a good apprentice for their organization and was well compensated for a person of his color and age. One day he was walking home when an Italian who wasn't familiar with who he was decided to send him a message that he didn't belong in that neighborhood. The guy mugged my grandfather with a knife, called him some racist terms, and cut him across his cheek. As a reminder, my grandfather was in the hospital for a few days recovering. When he got out, all of his buddies were quick to tell him where the Italian was hiding. He found the guy and grabbed him from behind. He held a knife to his throat and said something to the effect of, "This is how you do it, you faking wop. What you have to say now?" Then he slit the guy's throat and left him to die. Because of his standing with the locals, nobody would admit what they knew about the whole situation. He was never arrested. He continued his apprenticeship and ended up with a nice government job where he became even more well connected. How I found out: one day I was hanging out at my grandparents' house. I was probably about 15 or 16 at the time. The only people in the house were me and my gramps, who was well into his ritual of day drinking. He had some beans going in the kitchen and was checking them when I went to the fridge to get a soda. We were just kind of hanging out. Suddenly he grabbed me from behind and picked up a knife from the counter. I remember he said, "If anybody ever fucks with you, you get them like this. What do you have to say now, what motherfucker?" Just like that. Then you cut them across here, and he proceeded to mime the motion while still holding me from behind. I remember being really wide-eyed, but just reacting kind of like, "Okay grandpa, if you say so." I also remember thinking the WAP term was strange, but it wasn't the first time Gramps had exhibited racism or his drunkenness, so I just kind of forgot about it. Everything he watched on TV was pretty much old gangster movies, westerns, or Chuck Norris, so I also attributed his behavior to that point. About 10 years after the kitchen incident, I'm visiting my brother. We are both drinking and having a good time when he just interrupts our conversation with, "Did you know grandpa killed a man?" I basically said, "What the fuck you talking about?" My brother told me the story, and when he got to the part where Gramps murdered the Italian, I immediately remembered the kitchen incident and knew the story was true. I remember even until his last days he was a well-respected, perhaps feared, man, and people did not want to get on his bad side. I remember one particular business transaction where my grandfather felt the guy was doing our family wrong. He knew the owner and called the guy, who then went back to his client and apologized for any misunderstanding and essentially took a financial loss to appease my grandfather. Okay, this isn't as extreme as most of the stories here, but when my dad died I tried to ask my mother the reason why he died, and she just told me it's rude to ask someone why their family member died on their funeral. I understood that maybe it's because she was distressed at the moment and just didn't want to talk about it. Years and years passed, and I never asked anyone about it, fearing the same answer that I got from my mom. That was until I had to renew my passport. My mom had to give in proof that my dad died, and for that, she needed a death certificate and other documents that came through the mail. By now the curiosity had been eating at me for a really long time, but I tried to ignore it and store it at the back of my head. I had no idea that his death certificate was in there at the time, OFC, and I called my mom to see if I could open it, and she said yeah, okay. I went through the papers and saw death certificate written in bold letters. I immediately took a deep breath, knowing that I would regret it, and started reading, and at the end it said death by asphyxiation, suicide. In parenthesis, I haven't confronted her until now, so I have no idea if she knows I know about this. But I don't want to because she tends to have some very interesting opinions on mental health. Sorry for the long post. Not a parent myself, but something that I believe has been kept from me my whole life. I was told that my father left when I was 6 months old. I knew growing up that life was a little different for me as all my friends were going fishing and camping on the weekends with their fathers, and I was going to the tanning salon with my mother. As I kept growing, I would occasionally ask about the night that my father left, and the story was always the same. My grandparents had purchased a weekend trip to Disneyland for myself, my mother and father, and my grandparents. Apparently it was a big deal, and had been planned for months the night before we were supposed to leave for Disneyland. My father allegedly went to go get some milk, typical story, and never returned. The Disneyland trip was subsequently cancelled, and I spent the next 16 years without a father. Luckily I had a wonderful grandfather, who had 2 girls of his own, so he raised me like the son he never had, taught me how to ride a bike, taught me how to use tools, taught me about how to respect people, and how to respect myself. Truly an angel, if there was such a thing. Fast forward to being 16 years old, about 12 years ago, and I received word on my father's location. He lived only 2 hours away from me. 16 years of no contact, and he was only 2 hours away. I reached out to him via phone, and we eventually got back together. My father had already become very sick. He was HIV+ and subject to grand mal seizures from time to time. Within about a year of us regaining contact, he had a stroke that paralyzed him, and he never returned due to the HIV, passing away a few months later from pneumonia related to AIDS. We never spoke about the night he left, but he would always say that he never wanted me out of his life. Fast forward a few more years, and the relationship with my mother has become very strained. During an argument regarding some family disagreements, she screams out that I'm just like my father and that's why she never let him back. This hit me like 1,000 bricks. I was never under the impression he had ever tried to make contact or try to be in my life. From the story I had always heard, he was just gone. No letters, no calls, gone. I know that my mother had loved him more than she loved anyone, but I was genuinely shocked at the idea that her anger and pettiness and removed him from my life permanently. My father had his problems, no doubt. He was extremely sensitive, and after the death of his own father, he had developed a drug problem which was difficult to deal with. But a part of me doesn't know what to believe anymore. I feel like my mother has been lying my whole life, of which she would never admit, because she is one of the most stubborn people I have ever met. But a part of me also feels like, if she truly didn't allow my father to be a part of my life, if he wanted to, then she set him on the trajectory that he lived on for 16 years while he was gone. Not to mention, I suffered greatly from him not being there. Had I known that attempts had been made, it may have changed my path through my teenage years as well. In the end though, it is all said and done now. No sense in dwelling now. I don't have kids, but my parents hid this from me until about 2 to 3 years ago. I'm 30 now. My parents divorced when I was in like 1st grade. I have a vague memory of my dad yelling at my mom in a parking lot about something. Also of them arguing at home one night, and one of them took off in the car while the other chased them outside. I don't remember who was who in that situation, but I remember it happening. Anyway, my parents divorced because my mom cheated on my dad with her boss at the time, who also happened to be married. I always thought that maybe my dad was like verbally abusive or a bad husband, and I never really questioned it. One night at dinner a couple years ago, my mom told me she cheated on him and she regrets doing it because of how bad it hurt him. Ever since she told me that, my whole perspective on both of them has changed. My mom hasn't always made good decisions and she's a little immature, so this really made sense to me once I found out. And now I feel like shit for doubting my dad's character. I've never had negative feelings toward him in my life, but our relationship has gaps where we don't talk to each other for a while even to this day. It upsets me more than I expected, and I honestly lost a decent amount of respect for my mom when I found this out. She even tried to defend why she did it by saying he was sometimes controlling back then, and it pushed her into the arms of another man. In my opinion, that's a shitty excuse, and if you feel the need to cheat on your husband, just divorce him instead, and then go bang whoever you want. Don't break someone's heart because you're too scared to pull the trigger on divorce. And the memories I have of him yelling at her in the parking lot is because I'm pretty sure that's when he found out she cheated on him. I think I remember him yelling, "You faked him, didn't you?" That night. 2. Divorce sucks for the parents, but it's even worse for the kids. I'm sure I can credit my anxiety and moments of depression to these events subconsciously rotting in my mind. I'm good now. My parents have a civil relationship and they get along. They never see each other, but if they talk on the phone it's like they are old friends, so it's not toxic or causing me any problems either. Parent answer: my 5-year-old doesn't know that the reason she can't stay with her little cousins at sleepovers, even though she asks nicely and repeatedly, is because their dad, my cousin, sexually abused me when I was 12, he was 15. No one in my entire family knows, and I still have to see him all the time. He's also like super successful now and flaunts his happiness on social media, which makes my skin burn for no logical reason. My wife knows what happened, but not who did it. I have basically had to lie to my daughter and make up reasons every time she asks. Really sucks. Child answer: I was 17 when I learned that my mom had an abortion before I was born. She passed when I was 16, about 2 months before my 17th birthday. My aunt is the one who revealed and had made the appointment to get another one, had to go out of state when she learned I had been conceived. She was very young at the time, still in high school. The only thing that convinced her to keep me was my dad proposing to her and buying them a home. My dad promptly bailed 2 years into the marriage, and I was very nearly given up for adoption, but my grandparents stepped in and helped until my mom was on her feet and could support us, which she did. I believe all that stress she went through contributed to her poor health and early passing. I don't think she would have ever told me or wanted anyone else to, but she and my aunt were off at the best of times. I was the kid, and my mom found out the secret when I was a baby, maybe a few months old. They did an X-ray on me, and all of my organs were reversed, like my heart is on the right side. Everything is just flipped. Well, my parents decided they wanted me to try to live a relatively normal life, and didn't want me to get bullied for being different if it were to ever come out about my condition. My parents let me live my entire life not knowing I had this condition, and finally told me on my 18th birthday. Well, me, obviously being very shocked by this fact, went to the hospital immediately, since the doctor told my parents that people with this condition are prone to dying earlier in life, so I wanted to see if I was physically okay. I get to the doctor's office, explain the situation, and they do some x-rays, and everything's fine. My organs are all where they should be. When I showed this to my parents, my mom was absolutely stunned. She looked like she had just witnessed a goddamn miracle. She almost started crying. Then I saw my dad, and as soon as we made eye contact he faking burst out laughing harder than anyone has ever laughed. After he calmed down from his laughing fit, he told us that 18 years ago, the doctor came in and told my mom and him about my condition and the fact that their son could die early death because of complications. My mom, obviously super distraught about the news, went home in tears. Well, apparently a couple hours after my parents got home, the doctor called and my dad picked up. No, I didn't have this super rare condition that might kill me. The X-ray technician just faked up and said that the X-ray of my back was my front, and so everything looked reversed. Well, my dad just decided, nah, he won't tell anyone this fact, and just let my mom think her kid was gonna die, and then let me think I was gonna die for a couple weeks. Kid report here. Grew up very poor with a single mother. Dad died when I was about 3, had some heart issues. I have a sister who is 23 years older than myself, but she lives across the country and wasn't in touch during my childhood. No other family in state except mother. Mother was both physically and emotionally abusive, in some very disturbing ways: suffocation, insertion of objects into mouth to cause choking, locking in rooms for long periods of time. I got out when I was 17 and left for university. As time passed, I learned mom actually gave sister up for adoption. Grandma died 2 years ago. Found out over Facebook following her memorial. First reunion in decades also shortly took place. Wasn't invited either, just this year. 3. Spoke to an uncle and aunt. Turns out mom lied about the state she was born in. She lied that she was ever married. 4. The first kicker, she told the whole family I'm adopted. The story was she lived with another woman, with my name, who had a teenage kid. This kid had drug issues. This kid got pregnant. Had me. Mom adopts 5. 23andMe with my sister. Shows I'm not adopted. 6. 23andMe connects me with a girl I share 14% DNA with. She turns out to be my niece on my dad's side. 7. The second kicker, my dad is alive. I also have 2 half-sisters and 1 half-brother. 8. The third kicker, dad lived 10 blocks away my whole childhood. I have walked by his home many times. 9. I'm meeting them all next month. Wish me luck, guys. Not the parent but the child. I was about 13 when I found out my grandparents are horrible greedy people who abused my mom and 2 sisters growing up. These are all stories I've been told over the years about why they are probably going to hell. My mom was pretty much engaged at 15 to a guy with family money before my mom and dad met, which was why my grandparents let her. My oldest aunt was kicked out for a few days as a teenager because they didn't like the guy she was dating and gave her an ultimatum. My grandpa once slammed my mom up against the wall by her neck, choking her. I don't know if she was injured seriously by this. Dad didn't say. My grandpa stared at my youngest aunt while she was sunbathing once at 16. He never molested her, that I know of, but all of this probably contributes to why she used drugs and went off the rails a bit when she got older. The most faked thing was, when my grandmother's brother died, they pretty much took the inheritance out from under his unofficial daughter that he cared for his whole life, and then sued the hospital he was staying in on top of all that when he died because they didn't handle his illness correctly. They split the money with my grandmother's 2 sisters. They each ended up with about $250k. My grandpa still calls my dad his favorite son-in-law, and sometimes son. Grandpa only had 3 girls, even though he paid for my parents' divorce. Also, my dad had a work crush while my parents were still married, didn't act on it, and mom held it over his head for years. This and a combination of other things, and marrying at 19 and 21 ended up in divorce when I was 10. When they found out shortly after all that they were pregnant with me, mom was crying because she wanted a divorce and realized it wasn't gonna happen for a while, but dad couldn't stop smiling. There's so many more stories, but this is already really long, so I'm gonna end it here. I'm not a parent, but at the age of 13 I all of a sudden stopped being able to see my mum's dad, my granddad. No one in the family would even mention his name at all, and when they did I could sense nothing but disgust towards him. Fast forward to just under 5 years ago, when I had just turned 18, I found a letter from my mum's step-mum in the kitchen drawer of useless stuff saying how granddad was keeping himself busy, and he seems to be doing well. This made me suspicious, because it was dated from around the time that our family cut all ties with him and left him not long after this letter was sent to us. My mum hid it from me for over 5 years, although I knew something wasn't right at the time. Turns out my granddad is a pedophile and was storing graphic photos of children, not family members, on his PCs and phone. He got sent down for 2 years after I found the letter. It took over 5 years for him to be sent to prison for it, and he didn't get the sentence he deserves. The letter in the drawer never mentioned anything to do with the disgusting photos my so-called granddad had in his possession, but I just kinda started to piece things together and asked what happened to the family's relationship with him. And that's when it all came out. All the family started changing their surnames from my granddad's to my nan's and decided to have nothing to do with him anymore. It still makes me feel sick just thinking about it. It's scary to think that I was so close to him before all of this, and to think of what he could have done to me at that age. Child of the situation. My parents split up when I was about 5 because my dad had drug issues, along with mental problems, and abusing my mom. Many of my early memories consist of dad yelling at her, smashing plates, and hitting. He ended up going to a mental hospital for rehab, but right before this, he picked me up from daycare and took me to my grandparents' home. I remembered being at their home and seeing my mom come over to take me back, but then driving away, as well as being in a legal office. Turns out my psycho grandma wanted custody of me because she believed my dad, who is a notorious liar, saying my mom was neglectful and cheating. Which lol pot calling kettle black. They had the audacity to go to court to try to me away from my mom, and my dad constantly refused to sign the divorce papers. Thank God, the judge wasn't having their bullshit. My dad sucked at testifying, and my mom had a letter from him apologizing for hitting her. My mom got custody of me, but I still spent weekends at my grandma's because my mom was afraid they would pull another stunt. Dad also once broke in our house and pawned the carpet cleaner for drug money. Point the cooker. Mom ended up letting him move back in because she wanted me to have a dad. He went back and forth from being docile to having rampages over money or the house being cluttered. My mom told me he didn't fully kick the habit till just a few years ago. He almost left my mom about 4 years ago for some meth addict who ended up in prison for cutting her boyfriend. He is mostly tolerable now aside from random outbursts, but last time I saw him hit my mom was just over a year ago. I'm the kid here, but my fam has some point. My mother's side is devoutly Catholic. My grandmother couldn't conceive, and her 15-year-old sister got knocked up outside marriage, and my nana adopted the baby and raised it as her daughter. 14 years later my mom, the miracle baby, came along. Everyone knows, but we don't talk about it because my aunt flips when you do. Point this one is a little confusing. My great grandmother, mother of my paternal grandmother, only got married to GGF because she was pregnant with my grandmother. That part isn't the secret. She married him, had my grandmother, and then had another child after her. Recently my dad and I and some other family did DNA tests. We have discovered that my great grandmother lied about the father of my grandmother. My GGM was a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Southern Baptist who married another white, blonde-hair, blue-eyed Southern Baptist. All of my great-grandparents' siblings have blonde hair and blue eyes. Their second child has blonde hair and blue eyes. My grandmother has black hair and brown eyes. We always thought it was weird, but didn't spend too much time on it. DNA came back. We Jewish. Buttt. My grandmother's brother's kids both had their DNA done, and they are not Jewish. Not even a little. So their father couldn't be Jewish. How can one sibling be Jewish and the other not be? Only one answer. They, my grandmother and her brother, are half siblings. My GGM also happened to work at a Jewish law firm at the time she got pregnant. Point my GGM knocked boots with a Jewish man and covered up the pregnancy by trapping a nice Baptist white boy. My grandmother is now 82 and adored her father and always tells stories about him. We have no intention of telling her. It would be cruel, I think, at this point in her life. Sometimes I suspect she knows. She got mad when I told her my DNA results. I did mine first. Me being Jewish is what sparked the other tests to find out where it came from, and said you are not Jewish. Which is odd. She's never once uttered even an inkling of anti-Semitic stuff, and my father and aunt both say she's never showed signs of being racist or prejudiced towards Jewish people. That sudden burst of anger makes me think maybe she knows and covered it up and never told her children and was trying to throw me off the scent. I hope y'all can follow that. It's confusing even for me sometimes. Okay, this is something my parents kept away from me until I was 18. So long time ago during senior year of high school, I was looking into joining the military. The recruiters were at my high school telling people to join, showing benefits, money, etc. So I went in and signed up. Big mistake, but opened my eyes to the world. During the enlistment, I need my documentation of my birth and social security card. My mother said she lost them. In my head I assumed that she did not want me to join the army. So my recruit and I went to go get my documentation. Once I picked up my documents, I come to find out my dad, that I've known for my entire life, wasn't my biological dad. I rushed home, emotional and all over the place. My mom broke down and told me parts of how I was born. Then, a few years back, I had committed suicide and survived. During that time, when I was getting help, my mom told me the truth and showed me what happened. She was sexually assaulted by an ex-boyfriend before my dad. During the time my mom was pregnant, her ex was trying to assault her, so she could have miscarriage. My mom ran to Mexico, then back to California, to be born in East La Pointe. Since then I never committed suicide or thought about it. I'm getting married soon, and my dad is greatest fucking dad I'll ever have. His blood may not run through my veins, but his heart beats within me. TLDR, wife wants a divorce, has papers already, and a new car. Leaves in the middle of our second honeymoon, with the kids and in-laws, and I still here. Instructs me to tell them she is so sick she had to fly home. I'm stressed out, but trying to save the kids the heartache, so they can enjoy our vacation. Mine is pretty tame in comparison, but I'm on vacation with my 31 meters, in-laws and 2 grade school stepchildren. We planned this trip a couple of months ago, been talking about it for 2 years. My wife, 28F, and I got a separate room, and plan to make this like a second honeymoon. She had a hysterectomy last year, and this year about 2 months ago before our trip scheduled another surgery to have her ovaries removed as they were causing her some pain still. She started acting weird a couple of days before surgery and left to stay at a local mental health rehab facility. I was worried sick, but respected her request for no contact. As I get ready to leave for the hospital to meet her for surgery, she pulls into the driveway and I take her. She comes home after the surgery, but is still acting strange. She has not been on hormone replacement therapy despite her doctor telling me they would be starting it that night. 6 days after surgery she leaves to go back to the rehab facility. She is gone until the day before our trip without contact. I get off work and the woman who planned this trip, mostly herself as a second honeymoon, is in a new car. She not only has a new car we never discussed, but she also says she has divorce papers and has been looking at townhouses. Things haven't been like a romance novel lately, but this has been a huge shock to me and my in-laws as well as the few people I've told. With the help of her parents we were able to get a little more clarity on where she is coming from, and after a night to process things, we agree to go on the trip anyway as we were being civil. The kids leave on Saturday with her parents and we continue with our plan to fly down and meet them. We have one of the most honest conversations with each other that night and things seem to be heading in a better direction. She says she is just fed up with life and doesn't want to try anymore. She then says that if I will wear a suit while she wears her wedding dress on our flight, she will at least consider some counseling before filing. We start the trip off, and despite some flight delays due to weather and a drive to another airport, she is laughing and having fun. We continue to talk to each other, and I apologize for not being as romantic as when we were dating. We have a good first day with the family. The next day we end up coming back to the hotel early as she is in pain and still recovering from surgery. We wake up early the next day and have breakfast, just the two of us, and decide to go back to sleep. We wake up about 11 a.m. and she informs me she is going home. We discuss other options a little bit, and she leaves anyway, telling me she just wants to go home and rest, but she appreciates me trying to do what I can to keep her from leaving me, but it isn't going to work. Informs me to tell the kids that mom is sick and had to go home. Kids don't know what's really happening, and if I'm honest, neither do I. I'm the child in this. I grew up in a single parent's household with my mom. As children naturally do, I wondered why I didn't have a dad and questioned my mom about it. When I got old enough, I wanna say around 11 over 12, but I don't remember exactly. My mom told me that she had met my father when he was separated from his wife. They had a relationship and she got pregnant with me one of the few times they had unprotected sex. Once she told him she was pregnant, he left and went back to his wife, with which he already had 2 young girls. I always thought that was weird, like if children were the issue, why did he go back to his wife? Whatever, this was what my mom told me, and I just accepted it as the truth. Why would my mom lie to me? Fast forward to when I'm about 22, I get back in contact with some of my family. That's another topic too, and turns out the story my mom told me wasn't the truth. My mom was married to another man when she slept with my father, in what I understand was a one-night stand. This guy my mom was married to was sterile and couldn't have kids. My mom was so desperate for a child she was willing to cheat on her husband to have a child. The worst part? She stayed with her husband until she showed so couldn't hide it anymore. Obviously he kicked her out and ended the relationship. Not sure what happened after that point. I've never spoken to my mom about this, but this, among many other things, definitely affected our relationship. I'm 25 now, and I'm still haven't really come to terms with the nature of my conception. I was the kid. I was really close to my grandparents when I was younger. I'd stay the night at their house constantly and would just generally hang out with them all the time. A few years later they get into a pretty nasty car crash around Christmas time. Both of them are okay, for the most part. It did cause some serious damage, but at least they're functioning. But my grandpa started taking pain meds. After that things got rocky. I was too young to understand, but a lot of weird things started happening. I remember at one point my grandparents offered to buy me a guitar because I had started learning it in school and they wanted to see me succeed. When we got to the store my grandma walked inside, but my grandpa keeps me back outside and tells me he knows the guy who works inside. He told me if I had the money he would rip me off, and if my grandpa had the money he wouldn't. My birthday had just passed, so I gave my grandpa all my birthday money. I thought it was weird because they said they would pay for it and my grandma ended up paying with a card. Eventually my grandpa ends up going away and my mom sits down and tells me that after the car crash my grandpa had gotten addicted to opiates from his pain meds. He had apparently been getting worse and everyone knew about it. I remember hearing the adults get mad because he had apparently snorted a pill while I was a few feet away playing on the computer. He ended up going away for a hab. He's better now, but he still has the temptation from taking his pain meds to help with shoulder pain. TLDR, my grandpa was addicted to pills and stole my money. My biological father moved away soon after I was born, so I was raised by my mother. I always knew the man she married when I was 3 was not my biological father, but he's the one who raised me, and I love him. Anyway, I always knew what was going on with my biological father, and that I had a half-brother that I met a couple times. And I was close to my biological father's side of the family, even if he wasn't around, since my mother was good friends with his sisters. He started sending me letters when he found out he was sick and dying, so I did get to know him somewhat before he passed. My half-brother didn't live with him either, but our mothers made a point to have us meet. I was 15, and he was 20 something. I think I regret not talking much and not getting to know him better cause he definitely made an effort to get to know me. He died a few years later in a motorcycle accident. Anyway, I knew about all of this. My mother never tried to hide it for me. But when I was in college she decided to drop a bombshell on me that she just I don't know forgot about. We're in the car and my mom's just like, oh by the way your cousin saw your half brother the other day. Of course I'm like, what? Yeah, you have another half brother. His mother didn't want to have anything to do with your father, so she never let us meet him. Apparently he ran into your cousin at the hairdresser's. She works there, and they got talking while she was cutting his hair and they realize that he was your dad's son. She said he got uncomfortable and left really quick. At this point I'm just speechless, no clue I had another half brother when my mom decides to drop another bombshell on me. You didn't know you had another half brother? You know you have a half sister to Rigth. I just stare at her. How am I supposed to know this shit if no one told me? Why have I never heard of them? Well, her mother comes from a really wealthy family and she had nothing to do with him. I heard she gave birth to a girl, but we know next to nothing about your half-sister. I'm not even sure if they know about you. So apparently my biological father got around. And I have 2 siblings I know absolutely nothing about. Can't really say I blame their mothers. My biological father wasn't a bad man, but he drank a lot and preferred spending his time having fun than raising kids. I don't think he ever paid child support for me. I don't even think should my mother asked for child support. but my mother never hated him. It's strange when I think about it. My mother had 2 other kids after she got married, so I've always been the oldest sibling, but when I think about it, I realize I'm the youngest of his children. And that's a really strange to go your whole life being the oldest to find out you have older siblings you've never met. Child here. As a kid my parents divorced. Dad moved on to some insane lady and her severely demented 4 kids, 3 girls and a boy. When I was 5, almost 6, I started telling my mom about my older stepsisters using a ball or marble on my genitals. It woke me up. I was too afraid to move. Mom took me to counseling with CPS, Child Protective Services. I saw my dad once weeks later. Then I told everyone I lied. Case closed. When I became severely depressed at 16, my mom told a psychiatrist I was sexually abused. It was a taboo thing to discuss, so for 11 years, I thought I grew up a sick kid who lied about being molested. Instead my dad guilted me, begging me to take it back. I'd never see him again. It was my fault. And for the last 28 years, I've idolized my grandpa. He walked me down the aisle. He cried when I tried to kill myself at 18. I've recently learned he molested my mother when she was around 5, multiple times. Still working on my feelings with this, and also, I was 23 when I learned the farm meant my animals died. The belief lasted so long because we did take rehabilitated, homeless, or wild animals to a real farm. Turns out all the animals we owned went to the farm. I have one as the parent and one as the child. As the parent, my children, one who's a toddler and the other still an infant, don't know that their great grandfather is actually their 3rd cousin. I found that out sometime as a teenager, that my grandfather is really my real grandfather's cousin. My grandmother divorced him when my dad and uncle were still kids, then at some point, ended up with his cousin, and has been with him for 30+ years. I've never met my paternal grandfather, as my family, to this day, holds a grudge against him. I'm not sure what they hold such resentment for, other than the fact that he was an asshole. So there's part of me that wonders if there's more to the story than what I've been told, but my family is also pretty open about that kind of stuff. Still, that curiosity lingers as the child. I learned pretty early on, can't recall how old I was, that my maternal grandfather killed himself in front of my mom when she was only 2 or 3. While I understood the idea of how screwed up that was, I never thought about it much until I became an adult, and then found it hard to bring it up and ask my mom, as she was so young when it happened, and I wasn't sure how she'd feel about talking about it. It deeply impacted my mom, who struggled both with drugs and alcohol until very recently, as well as with relationships. She also tried to kill herself at my paternal grandparents' house on my 5th birthday, but thankfully didn't succeed, and even more thankfully, did it in a less dramatic fashion than her father. She downed a bottle of pills and jumped out the living room window and was then taken to the hospital. I just recently found out some of the details of the incident, which were passed from my grandmother to my mother. That apparently the 3 of them, my grandma, grandpa, and mom, were at a friend's house for a hunting trip when my grandma and grandpa got into an argument. My grandparents' friends decided to stay neutral and went upstairs to give them some privacy and wait for the situation to diffuse. In the heat of the moment, my grandpa got up, grabbed his hunting rifle, turned it towards himself, and blew a hole in his chest. This all happened inside the house, with my mom sitting there in the living room. My grandfather struggled with bipolar disorder in a time when, according to my mom, little was known about it, and treatment wasn't very readily available. I also found out that this incident happened shortly after his mother, who lived next door to them at the time, had also killed herself by blowing her brains out with a shotgun. Given his mental illness and the trauma of his mother killing herself right next door to his own home, it's not implausible to think that, combined with whatever life circumstances he was dealing with at the time, that he simply couldn't bear the anguish anymore, and in the heat of the moment, he caved and saw his opportunity out of his suffering, without thinking of the implications his actions would have on his daughter. What I find strange about the whole thing is that my grandmother was the only witness, as like I said, the others were upstairs at the time of the incident. My mom also stated that my grandma purported to have an eerie feeling as my grandpa got up when he went to grab his gun, and reported that as she had her back turned to him, that she thought he was turning the gun on her in any case. It has both my mom and I wondering in the back of our minds if my grandfather actually killed himself or if something else happened. Even if something else did happen, there's a good chance we'll never know for sure. I know so many family secrets that my parents think I don't. Such as my mom getting an abortion shortly after starting to date my dad. Not my dad's kid, but the guy in question was married and cheating on his wife with her. Or my dad cheating on my mom starting long before the incident the rest of the family knows about. Or my mom's first husband being a criminal. That marriage lasted only 1 year and mom and dad got married 2.5 years later. Or my mom and dad only knowing each other for 2 years before getting married, and more than half of that time they were in 2 different countries due to being in the military, dad in Panama, mom in Germany. My eldest brother, who had been a preemie and had health issues growing up because of it, was born exactly 9 months into their marriage, for which they'd only seen each other for a week before going to different countries again. That last part is an insinuation that I'm not even sure is true, but my older brothers are the only natural blondes on both sides of the family whose hair never changed color as they got older. My dad's family is German American, 5th generation, so I'll never know if I'm right, but dad's hair is black and mom was stationed in Germany during that period of time. I've insinuated it to her before, and she didn't deny it, though I'm not sure if she understood exactly what I was saying, as she was only half listening to me at the time. Due to a lot of issues between them over the years, my parents went through a really messy divorce when I was in college. Both, though mainly mom, started getting really nasty about the other parent, bad-mouthing, spreading rumors, etc., and my brothers and I were caught in the crossfire. Anyone who's been a child in a messy divorce, even an actor, knows that when one parent starts talking shit about the other, they are also insulting the kid. That's my mom/dad you're talking about, you know, half my genes come from them too. And when I tried explaining this concept to them, they didn't listen. So I dug up some dirt on both of them to get them to stop. I've laid out the boundaries now. If they start bad-mouthing the other parent to me, doesn't matter which, doesn't matter why, I start telling them, and anybody else in the room, that I know they're hypocritical and full of shit. And exactly how I know that point, funnily enough, neither of them has tried it in over a year now, at least not when I'm in the room. My brothers think I'm a miracle worker. They still don't know the dirty history. It's not something my parents hid from me, it's something my grandpa hides from all of us. I got Ancestry a few years back to put to rest a family myth that we were part Native American. We are not. I found out something even more interesting. In the DNA match section of it, the part where people who share DNA with you show up, there was a woman who shared as much DNA with me as an aunt/uncle, but I didn't know who they were. I clicked on their family tree and did some digging, and it ends up in college my grandpa on my dad's side got 3 women pregnant. All 3 women gave their kids up for adoption, including 1 woman who had twins. 2 of my grandpa's children, the girls, have tried to reach out to my family, but my grandpa acts like they're crazy and tells them he'll sue them, etc. My grandpa is honestly a mean, horrible person, and I wouldn't mind calling him out on it, but I don't think my grandma knows. The other issue is, and I know this is really selfish, but my grandparents have a lot of money and I don't wanna be written out of their will. My dad knows about his half siblings, but just kinda suppresses it, I think. Acts like he doesn't really care. The other thing is, completely honestly, part of me has a bad feeling about my grandpa getting 3 women pregnant in the span of 2 years or less. Doesn't that seem a little off? All I know is I have a ton of family who I don't even know, and if they would like to get to know me, part of me thinks it would be great to get to know them. I have 4 half aunts and uncles, and so many cousins I can't even count. If anyone has any advice on how to handle this situation, please let me know. My dad has early onset dementia. One day when we first found out he had it, I was visiting, and my mom went to run an errand. As soon as she left, my dad got super weird and started pacing back and forth, telling me he has to tell me something. He proceeded to tell me he had a child with another woman right before my mom got pregnant. They got pregnant with me when they first started dating. He said the woman was married and he didn't know my mom and him were going to get serious. He claims she passed the child off as her husband's. I didn't believe him and thought he was either faking with me or he was more gone than I'd realized. He insisted he was telling me the truth. He begged me not to tell my mom. Naturally I asked my mom about it as soon as she got home. She was very interested and it was obvious she had heard this before. Apparently, my dad has told her the same story over the years and she thinks he's full of shit. She's really good at denial and my dad is really good at coming up with crazy bullshit, so I honestly have no idea what to believe. The timing of the confession makes me think my dad knew he was losing it to dementia and wanted to get it off of his chest. I have looked up both the mom and son's name on FB and nothing comes up. For some reason, less than a year later, I can now only remember their first names, probably because I have super early onset dementia, FML. My mom seems to remember them as people, so they at least exist, but without any FB footprint that I could find. We now pretend it never happened, and I wonder about it every now and then. As an only child, I grew up convinced that I had a half sibling out there somewhere, so it's strange to have it semi-validated. I was the child. My mother had me at the very young age of 15. She never told anyone the identity of my biological father. I was born on an American airbase in Germany, but moved to the States at 9 years old. I was molested by my step-grandfather. I thought he was my paternal grandfather, and when he kidnapped my sister, another story but ends okay, I actually felt bad that he didn't want to take me. He never assaulted my sister and I never understood why I was a target, not being a biological grandchild. The kicker though was applying to university. Found out I didn't have a credible birth certificate or a social security number. I had to go through a process of obtaining any legitimacy of my existence to go to some bargain state school, and I was not pleased. At 17 I found out I didn't know my biological father and couldn't prove my identity beyond a state driver's license. The abuse that I believed to be incestuous, or never mind, that I didn't know my actual birthday. My mother passed 4 years after this, but remained tight-lipped and literally took the identity of my biological father to the grave. I've worst case / best case scenario who he might be. Worst, my maternal grandfather's superior from the airbase, and I might be the product of rap. Best, mom ran with the 80s punk scene in Germany with the coke and the fun. She may not know or remember who he was. Story goes she didn't know she was pregnant with me until like 6 months or so, and hid it from my grandparents until she had a false labor close to my due date. She was a kid with a kid. I get how she sucked at formal documentations, but man did it really fuck me up all at once. I did learn total self-sufficiency, so there is that. Actually I'm the child but relevant. I was 18 when I found out my mom had a 5th brother. I always thought it was 4. They didn't even tell me, because I was 18. I just happened to be 18. They told me the day he died. Turns out number 5 existed. He was always trouble as a kid, slowly became a pathological liar in his teens, and became a major alcoholic around 18. Ended up in the Navy during Vietnam, in what he said was him straightening his life out, and was dishonorably discharged, which he failed to tell his family for a few years. He found an addict girlfriend who enabled his alcoholism, married, had a kid, then divorced shortly after the kid was born because she had decided to sober up, and he kept saying he would but didn't. The family found out about the Navy thing, and then this debacle around the same time, and that was when most of them officially shunned him. Some had already. Then a few months later he had another kid with the ex-wife under circumstances we don't know, and she won't talk about. One of the brothers who served in Vietnam and had also become an alcoholic due to PTSD, clean for a long time now, but was still drinking at the time, had kept up contact through this point, but they had a big fist fight not long after the ex-wife got pregnant. He also won't talk about that and gets visibly angry whenever number 5's name comes up. Guy spent the rest of his life drinking. Who knows where he got the money, and ended up dying a few years ago. Alcohol related complications as far as I know. We never had any contact with him, only a few letters he sent to my mom during my childhood, always painting him as the victim, and stopping just short of being accusatory, despite claiming to want to rebuild their relationship. I don't believe he knew I existed either, and I have full faith that both of my parents would have broken his jaw without a word if he showed up on the doorstep. His ex-wife moved away while she was pregnant with kid 2, and they effectively hid from him until the kids were grown, old enough to make their own decisions, the younger brother said, or able to defend themselves, as the older daughter put it. Other alcoholic brother is the only one the ex-wife ever really knew, so they also categorically avoided our entire family until the daughter met some of us at the service. Ex-wife and son didn't even go. The kids decided to ask around on Facebook and have been cautiously building relationships since. Point on a related note, my mom has no sisters that I'm aware of. My kids don't know that their grandpa is actually my stepfather and that they are not related to him by blood. My dad is a horrible person and I have not spoken to him in years. He does not know where we live or that I have kids unless my brother told him. It's a bit of a mess actually, because my kids think they have cousins, aunts, and uncles, but none of these people are really related to them except by marriage, and we never see them. There is property that they think is in the family, except it's not really in our family. It would never be passed down to them. My mother and stepfather both remarried when all 6 of their combined kids were in our teens and 20s, so I've never been close with my step-siblings. My stepdad is great, but it's complicated. Point I always assumed that they would start asking questions at some point. I call my stepfather by his first name. There are no pictures or funny stories of me with him as a child, but they've never asked. I just keep putting it off. I don't want to shatter their world by introducing a horrible unknown relative. Also, I don't really want to have to explain why we don't talk to my dad. But the kids have family members on my dad's side that they have never met. I worry that someone will try to contact them as the kids start becoming teenagers with social media pages. Eventually they will find out, and I know it needs to come from me. It's so crazy. I feel like a horrible parent honestly for lying to them. I just don't want to shatter their innocence. Point also, Santa isn't real. I'm the child in this story. I grew up with a single mom. She lived with her parents until I was 5, and then she married my stepdad, and they moved into their own house. I asked my mother and grandparents repeatedly from the age of about 4, I think, to tell me who my biological father was. My grandmother kept saying he was a horrible man who was locked away in prison now. My mom ignored the question. My grandfather said he didn't know, but I would find out one day. I gave up asking eventually. When I was 13, my mom and stepdad called me into the living room and asked me to guess who my father was. I had no idea, but it turned out to be a close family friend who lived abroad and visited regularly, called on my birthday, and sometimes sent gifts. I was clueless and a bit naive, I guess. He wasn't a "horrible man" locked away in prison, and to this day my mother has no idea why my grandmother said that to me, and my grandmother has no recollection of telling me that. My biological father was married and had 2 children, younger than me, had been single at the time of my birth, but had knocked up another woman whilst my mom was 7 months pregnant. I found out I had another half sibling at the age of 25. And my mother knew about him and didn't bother to mention it to me. She didn't think it was relevant. Never mind that my half brother and I used to have play dates together when we were toddlers. When I asked her why she waited so long to tell me who my biological father was, she said she didn't think I would understand or accept my stepdad. I think that hurt me more than anything else, because if she had even the slightest knowledge of who I'm as a person, she wouldn't think I would reject him. So yeah, TLDR, my mom didn't tell me who my biological father was, and I found out I had another half sibling really late in life. Also, I have a good relationship with all my biological and step family now. I feel like I'm loved by a huge family. Backstory: my father was a piece of human garbage whose favorite activities included getting drunk and beating his kids for fun. Hospitalized me twice before he was escorted away at gunpoint by my grandfather. Some real southern shit here. My mom is bipolar, not a parent, but about 8 years ago, when cleaning up the house, I found this huge box of envelopes. Inside were a bunch of letters from my now estranged father. He was a huge alcoholic when we were kids, but he apparently cleaned up his act after he was divorced and such from my mom. After he left, none of us were especially sad he was gone, but we always found it odd that he never tried to talk to us, ever. Even the worst human beings usually have some degree of connection to their children, except he did. For 9 years, and on the cusp of dementia plus emphysema, my father had tried to write us. Inside the envelopes were hundreds of letters. The initial ones were quite awkward. It was clearly written by a man who had so much to apologize for, but had no idea how to start the conversation. There was effort at reconciliation within the words though. As the letters went on, the writing became more and more delirious. It was easy to tell that his mind was slipping. He wrote, in painstaking detail, about how approaching death made him reflect on the way he had lived. I did not have sympathy, but I did have understanding of why he was the broken man he was. I learned more about my father from these letters than he or my mother ever shared with us growing up. Brother killed himself. Father died in a horrible train accident. Mother was psychotic. My mother always had told us he never had tried to talk with us again. It turned out to be patently false, and has forever tarnished the relationship I have with her. In her crazy mind, she needed him to be the villain that he was then forever, to rationalize all the damage he caused, both to her and the family. I have never had the desire to reconnect with my father. Too much damage had been done, too much time had passed. However, I stand by the belief that I deserve to know that he was remorseful, even if momentarily, that he did repent for his transgressions, and that even if he was unable to be present, that he did at least care about us on some level. I still consider this one of the most faked up things my mother ever hid from us, and it drastically impacted myself and my siblings quite tremendously. We are all in our 30s, none of us started families. We are all wary of being vulnerable or emotionally available to another, etc. I'm the son, but my dad had another son with a married woman a year or two before I was born, before he met my mom, and we grew up in the same area, but at different schools. Never met each other. Apparently her husband had a vasectomy, but she convinced him it was a miracle, but she kind of named him after my dad, in a not obvious way, that I can't elaborate anymore on here for anonymity reasons. His mom and dad who raised him, are now deceased I believe. My dad told me all of this after a few drinks, while on vacation like 5 years ago. Basically said it in a way that it has always weighed heavy on his heart, and that he didn't want to keep it from me any longer. I was in my 30s. He said he had been in contact with his mother on and off over the years, and it was ironic that him and I had similar interests and seemed like similar kids. The guy's mom didn't want my dad to have anything to do with raising him or anything. She had other kids with the husband, and it was a one-night stand. So I'm not sure what he knows, especially since his parents are dead. So it was all before family DNA tests were popular. But part of me always was suspicious of the story. But I guess what reason did the lady have to lie? She didn't want anything from my dad. So a couple years ago I was gifted an ancestors.com DNA test and hadn't really thought about my half brother. Well, I get my results and he's my highest match, and he looks a lot like my dad. So we can both see each other. He joined ancestors shortly before his mom passed, like within a week, and his dad passed beforehand, so I'm guessing he knows the truth. He hasn't contacted me. Obviously I can't contact him, since I don't know for sure what he knows, and I don't know what his wishes are. We do seem to have similar interests and both moms are deceased. Obligatory throwaway. I'm one of the children and the horrible secret is that I killed our family dog. Molly was a Boston Terrier, and a runt at that. The whole family loved her so much. Molly used to love snuggling up under blankets, left piled up on the family room couches. One night, 8-year-old me is playing Guitar Hero alone, or so I thought, in the family room. I was really struggling with the opening to Hot 4 Teacher on Expert, and had failed upwards of 20 times. For those of you who have played Guitar Hero, when you fail you get booed and you suck. Gets flashed on the screen. The guitarist, you in the game, sometimes smashes his guitar on stage. I had seen my character do this thousands of times and never once thought anything of it, but this particular time I was so mad I decided to smash my guitar controller on the couch just like the game. I aimed for the cushions, not paying any mind to the blanket. The noise was awful. I hit Molly's head. She started to bleed from her nose, or maybe it was from a cut on her head. In a stupor I scooped her up and ran her upstairs to my parents' room. They sped off to a vet care place, but the damage was done. I killed our sweet family dog. I came clean to my parents, though that's not exactly courageous, since it was obvious I had somehow been a part of it. My siblings were never told what really happened. I actually don't know what they told my siblings, but for years, even just last month, I have considered telling them the awful truth about me. I don't know if it's as messed up as some others, but my husband and I think my stepdaughter's mom is an awful mother and shouldn't have her. She thinks her mom is God, and we just go along with it because she's 5 and can't understand why she's a terrible person. Short version is that she's one of your typical welfare moms. Long version, she hasn't worked ever, just lives off of food stamps and public assistance. Her husband is 20 years older and still legally married to his previous wife. He also does not work, is a felon with countless DUIs, and had his driver's license revoked a long time ago. All of their money goes toward parts for their project cars. Oh, and weed and booze. They're the type of people who are always talking about how their water is about to be turned off, but the next day they post a picture of new wheels on their junker. Right now they're living in a non-running camper in his parents' driveway. My stepdaughter has major behavioral issues and was recently suspended from kindergarten for assaulting her teacher and vice principal. When asked about it, her mom says, "That's just how she is." Recently she started screaming in pain from an ear infection the day we picked her up, and we found out that she hasn't had health insurance for a couple of years because they moved, and it was just too much work to get it back. We paid hundreds for an urgent care visit and meds, and told her mom she needed insurance immediately. She had it back the next day after a 10-minute phone call. They're setting her up for failure, and it breaks our hearts. They live several hours away, so we can't even have her enough to help make changes. When she's here with us, we try to be as positive about her home life as possible, but it gets really tough when she tells you that she knows that weed is supposed to be a secret, or that she's so impatient about dinner being cooked because her mom makes all of her food in the microwave. Her bio father nearly killed us when she was 5 days old. She is missing a small part of her brain. The doctors and her bio father thought the worst, and he wanted me to abort. When I wouldn't abort, I was 5 months along, and I mourned the child she would never be, but loved her nonetheless. I realized just how controlling he was. I never stood up to him before. He started beating me. I was embarrassed. I was afraid if I left after the baby was born he would be alone with her and hurt her instead of me. If I didn't stay he would have rights to be alone with her, and I wouldn't be there to protect her. I thought at least, if I stay and take it once she was born I could protect her from him. I saw him for who he truly was. She was an idea to me at the time, not an actual being, or I would have ran away then. I was afraid. He hit me in the chest in places that would be covered with clothing, except the time he choked me. I found out he had a history of that, and actually put a gun in his ex's mouth in front of their young son. She was born, and above all odds, didn't need NICU or any care they predicted. She scored a 7 on a PGAR scale. She was and is so beautiful. She wasn't blind, like they said she would be. I was beyond lucky. She was 5 days old when he attacked me while I attempted to feed her. Because I didn't want to leave the baby and go out, I had to go back to work when she was 3 days old because he would not buy her smaller diapers. I thought for sure we were going to die that day. It was the worst feeling in the world holding a newborn, just trying to protect her from the blows, and he wouldn't stop. He tossed me around like a ragdoll. At my weakest point she was not intellectually disabled. She has some vision issues and a bad case of sensory processing disorder, weak bones, some hormone issues, but other than that she is typical. She thinks her father was a good man that died in an accident. It comforts her. She was not abandoned. Her father was funny, a good friend, and a nice person. He never laughed as a newborn baby screamed, and a woman he swore to love forever wept on the floor. My ex, whom I still love, did die in an accident, so I think of him when she asks questions about her bio dad. He has little family left, and I think it would be best if she never knows the truth. I would love to take this to my grave. Many people in town think I cheated on him with said ex before he died. I told him if he left us alone he could tell everyone that, and I wouldn't press charges. I was desperate. He took me up on the offer. Some people think he was a victim. Some people hate me. I have a bad reputation, but she is safe and sound making lemonade as I type this. I don't know if it's as messed up as some others, but my husband and I think my stepdaughter's mom is an awful mother and shouldn't have her. She thinks her mom is God, and we just go along with it because she's 5 and can't understand why she's a terrible person. Short version is that she's one of your typical welfare moms. Long version, she hasn't worked ever, just lives off of food stamps and public assistance. Her husband is 20 years older and still legally married to his previous wife. He also does not work, is a felon with countless DUIs, and had his driver's license revoked a long time ago. All of their money goes toward parts for their project cars. Oh, and weed and booze. They're the type of people who are always talking about how their water is about to be turned off, but the next day they post a picture of new wheels on their junker. Right now they're living in a non-running camper in his parents' driveway. My stepdaughter has major behavioral issues and was recently suspended from kindergarten for assaulting her teacher and vice principal. When asked about it, her mom says that's just how she is. Recently she started screaming in pain from an ear infection the day we picked her up, and we found out that she hasn't had health insurance for a couple of years because they moved, and it was just too much work to get it back. We paid hundreds for an urgent care visit and meds, and told her mom she needed insurance immediately. She had it back the next day after a 10-minute phone call. They're setting her up for failure, and it breaks our hearts. They live several hours away, so we can't even have her enough to help make changes. When she's here with us, we try to be as positive about her home life as possible, but it gets really tough when she tells you that she knows that weed is supposed to be a secret, or that she's so impatient about dinner being cooked because her mom makes all of her food in the microwave. A few years ago I bought a chinchilla from PetSmart as a giftmas present to my son. They recommended a big ferret cage, since they are like mountain mice and like climbing to different levels. After a few months it started escaping from the cage daily and getting lost in the house, sometimes a couple days at a time. I kept finding ways to block what I assumed were potential escape routes, but it still would be missing when we got home every day. So I relocated him to a temporary place while I ordered a large fish tank to build multi-level platforms into. Needed to find something without bars that he might squeeze through. The temporary box was a hand-built train toy box that my great-grandfather built. We had a place for food and bedding and enough room for a running wheel, but no place to hang the waterer, so we had to give him water by hand multiple times per day. One day we lost power while we were at work/daycare and the aqua wasn't running all day. When we got home my son goes to give him some water, and he says oh he's sleeping right now. I got to look, even slammed the lid really hard to get him to jump up. He was dead. Poor little guy overheated, and we still didn't get the tank I ordered yet. I didn't know what to do. My son was only 4 at the time and he loved his Master Splinter. We just carried on the rest of the day, and the next morning, while my son was in the shower I took the entire toy box and tossed it. Somehow it took my son almost 2 months to realize. So I convinced him that Master Splinter must have figured out how to start the train and drove the box out of the house to escape. He's almost 8 now and just thinks that I took him back to the PetSmart. R.I.P. Master Splinter. I don't have any kids, but I can tell my friend's story, vaguely, since she and her husband don't use Reddit. Also no longer a secret, because the kid in question found out recently, and not really faked up as such, other than maybe how he found out about it. They have 3 kids together, and the youngest 2 are her husband's, but the first was born this summer, after we graduated high school, before they got together. The bio dad was a guy she was seeing, and he literally moved across the country after finding out she was pregnant, and had never seen or interacted with his son as far as I'm aware. Anyway, when he was about 3 or so, his mother, my friend, started dating another friend of hers who she eventually married and had 2 other children with. Because her son was so young, he doesn't really remember anything before then, and so assumed that the guy he was calling dad his whole life was his dad. They'd planned to tell him when he was old enough to understand. Her son has a minor medical condition. I won't say what other than it isn't life-threatening, but does affect/add difficulties to his day-to-day life. While doing a routine trip to the doctor for it, the doctor said something like the biological father not your husband, where her son could hear, and obviously he wanted to know what that meant. He was 9 at the time, and he did not take it well at first. He's doing better about it now, and seems to be okay with it, now that he knows the story, but at first he was pretty well devastated, the poor guy. I was the kid in the situation. Basically, I always thought my mom's parents were dead. She told me they died when I was really little, and I didn't understand death, so I wasn't sad or really understanding at the time. Then when I was about 13, my mother and I went to Publix. She was on the phone for a while as we shopped, and she ended the conversation on "alright, bye mom." It took me a long time to figure out, but basically when I was really little, 3, my cousin molested me a bunch, and everyone on that side of the family took his side, saying I was a dumb kid and didn't know what I was talking about, and my dad told me to say that to keep my mom from divorcing him. All lies. It happened, and I asked my dad why cousin was the only person to do that. My parents were already in agreement on splitting before. So basically I went 10 years with these repressed memories until I decided to dig a bit. My parents never planned on telling me and hoped I wouldn't remember, and my dad still refuses to tell me more details. My mom on the other hand told me all about the legal actions took and all that. Basically, TLDR, we disowned an entire side of our family because they took my molester's side. My parents told me they were all dead and made a bunch of other excuses as to why we stopped talking to them. Point to anyone in a similar situation. It's not your job to remind the victim if they forgot, but if they remember, they deserve to know, should they ask. When I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, it was the day after her biological sperm donor kicked me out with nothing, and I was homeless. When she was born, I was living with him again, because I had a horrible pregnancy and couldn't work, and everyone told me I couldn't be a single mom, and I had to get back with him, or I couldn't keep my baby. I loved her from the moment I knew she was there, so that was not an option for me. Being pregnant only made his abuse worse. He ditched us at the hospital after my C-section, and I had to call a family member to drive me home from the hospital. A few weeks later he freaked out at me for sleeping on the wrong side of the bed and threw an alarm clock at me while I was holding my baby. From the second on I knew I would never let him hurt her. It was the scariest thing I've ever done, but I left him, and guess what? Being a single mom was awesome and I rocked it. Now my daughter is a happy and healthy toddler, and I'm newly married to an amazing man who has been in my daughter's life since she was 4 months old. He is her dad and is adopting her. I don't plan to tell her about her sperm donor for a while. All she needs to know is she has a mom and a dad who dote on her, and she is safe and stable. I still don't know what I'll tell her. I'm terrified of her ever meeting him or his family. He is abusive and toxic, but most scary of all, he's manipulative and charming. So her biological sperm donor is a secret, and will stay that way for now. Not my story, but the story of my boyfriend. Before we started dating, he found out 2 years ago he was the father of a little 3-year-old girl. His daughter has had a total of 3 men in her life that she called dad. Her mother got around, and she tried to get with my boyfriend to make it work. Now that she found out the child was his, she left her boyfriend of 3 years who raised the child as his own. My boyfriend was hesitant but offered support, and later they start dating for the sake of the child. He is finally able to form a bond with daughter. Few months later, he finds out his baby mama started talking to his BFF and started dating behind his back. She completely tossed her initial boyfriend to the side and forbade him from seeing her daughter, who he raised, ever again. And she stuck my boyfriend with a hefty child support amount. Fast forward 2 years later, she is still unemployed and being taken care of financially from her new boyfriend, my boyfriend ex best friend, and the child support payments My boyfriend and his ex-best friend never talk anymore. She asked my boyfriend to not disclose her shady as history to his daughter. He told me he will tell his daughter when she is older to understand. His daughter has no idea right now what happened to the man who raised her. No idea why she can't see her real dad as much anymore. She calls no one dad anymore on her own accord. And it's very sad, and it breaks my boyfriend's heart. We hope she can grow up with minimal damage from her mother's bad decisions. I tried to make this short and spare the details, but I realized it's just too complicated to make short. On the opposite side of things, as a child, my parents were big swingers, divorced over a bunch of crazy sex and manipulative stuff. Ironically, my ex-wife ended up being the same way with the faked up sex stuff with other people, and my mother and stepfather have continued these actions. They got together as a result of the swinging. Then my dad and the other woman got together and did the same thing for a short period of time. Though my mom and stepdad are still together and active in the fetish, none of them have discussed it with me, despite several issues involving it interacting with my life over the years. It is what it is, and they're all consenting adults. The only problem is that they've tried to keep this whole thing a secret my entire life, but I walked in on one of their parties all confused as a teenager. Then my ex-wife told me many years later that my parents approached her parents about swinging as well when we were both kids. They also would swing around without each other, apparently, with other people I knew. Originally from a small town, everybody knows everybody. My parents' sex addictions caused more family problems than that, with both parents essentially being hoes behind each other's backs. But the swinging secret is an absolute crazy one that they've tried to keep under tight wraps for years due to all of the drama involved. My brothers are finally old enough to where I could tell them the truth about all the weird shit our parents have done over the years. Read a lot of these and decided it was time to tell my story. I was the child and my sister and brother still do not know. We are all well into adulthood now. My parents split when I was 6. My sister was 3 and my brother was 6 weeks old. My dad ran away with another woman. As well as being an adulterer, my mother liked to call him a pervert. He was begin to born and taking sexy pics of my mother and others. Sometimes he would leave pics lying around his house. Cut to me being 14. I babysat for my bro and sis while my mom went out with a boyfriend. My dad suddenly came to visit when she was out. I think it was a weeknight, which I remember thinking was weird as he was always failing to turn up to see us on weekends, etc. He comes in with a new PlayStation for us, which was a dream come true. Then after giving it to us, he heads upstairs to my mom's bedroom. Again, paranoid me thinks this is super weird. After he left, I went up to her room and found a big brown envelope by her bed. I rang my best friend of the time and she came round, and then we steamed it open. It was a menu of sexual services with prices by them. If my mom did these things, then he'd pay her more alimony. No idea if she ever did any of it. But I did learn what cunnilingus and fellatio were. No Google in those days. I was sick to my stomach, but perhaps not that surprised. A couple of years later I said something to my mom during an argument about it. And my mom was a terrible parent with a real narcissistic streak. She nonchalantly said, "Your dad raped me and that's how your brother came to be born." My dad went on to have 3 more kids with 2 more women, and his current wife is the same age as me. She always really wanted to be my friend. My sister worships my dad. My brother stays out of it. My mum grows crazier by the day. She has an equally crazy partner. My dad knows I know and never discusses it. My dad is very charming and people love him, but I definition used to catch him looking salaciously at my friends. I don't talk to any of them now, and I'm much happier for it. This one is from the point of view of the child. Basically, there was a period in my life that I thought I had 3 grandfathers. Obviously one of them wasn't really blood related, but I loved him just the same. He took care of my and my brother whenever our mom had to work odd hours on her combined 2 jobs. Biological dad was an alcoholic, abusive liar, etc., and didn't even cover $1 of expenses for us. Now, at one point, we start disliking our dad because of his obvious bad life decisions and attitude towards us. And I'm on point. You can imagine he didn't like this and didn't know any better than to file a pedophile report on the man I loved like a grandfather. Of course nothing was found, and there was nothing that even indicated he was remotely close to being a pedophile. Heck, the police even straight up told my mom that these reports from exes pulling this stuff happens more often than you might think. Regardless, the damage had already been done. The entire 10-floor building where my third grandpa lived had seen the police show up. The whispers of potential pedo alert had gone trough. It had even been published in a well-known newspaper with his initials and surname. People started avoiding him. He got weird looks. Whispers kept going around. You get the point now. Being of old age like he was, and honestly, I don't think many young people would cope much better. He didn't take all this very well, and he just gave up on life. He refused to do anything health related anymore and let life slip right out of him. He refused any pleadings on yearly checkups for things like cancer prevention, ECT, things he would always follow up pryly, until he died a few years later. My mom waited till I was at least 20 years old to tell me this because, even though I can count the fights I have gotten into on one hand, she feared that, as a mixed result of my ADHD and blind anger and hurt, I would have killed, or at least beaten up my dad till the point he couldn't walk. And honestly, even though it pains me a bit, I can't say I'm sure that I wouldn't have done it. TLDR version. We had an old man who was like a third grandpa to me, and my BO dad / alcoholic as whole made an entire building think he was a pedo preying on me and my younger brother, even though innocent and proven so. Our third grandpa basically committed suicide out of shame. Mom waited till I was plus 20 to tell me out of fear I'd fuck up my dad. How faked up my family of origin is. My mother's first husband / my BO father was an abusive asshole, and I haven't spoken to him since I was 16. He happily signed over his rights around the time I was 10 to 11. Childhood memories are hazy and skip around, so my mother's second husband / my then legal dad could adopt me, my brother, too. That marriage didn't last long. Second divorce happens. We are not in touch now either. Mother is abusive, controlling, and manipulative. There is definitely some very serious mental illness there. I'm being treated for a form of PTSD because of her. She'll never acknowledge or treat it. She will only continue to destroy every relationship she has and wonder how everyone can be so mean. My daughter is 5 and met 2 of grandma's boyfriends before I said to hell with that nut job's feelings. No more of her men around my kid. Miss, men come and go, but family is forever. Quote from when she was trying to get me to cancel my wedding and stay with her codependency as a beach. Can have all the faked up relationships she wants, but I'm not going to have her normalizing this lifestyle for my kid. I could go on and on. Long story short, rest of the family normalizes and defends her while rejecting that mental health is even a thing. It'd be embarrassing for the family, so any talk of it is aggressively shut down. I've decided for the well-being of my family that we'll not be seeing them again. I just told my daughter that grandma has done and said a lot of hurtful things and won't apologize, so she's in timeout until she can act right. I put the ball in my mother's court, requiring mental help before I'll have anything else to do with her, so I know that this is forever. She'll never admit there's anything wrong with her or that she's done anything wrong. Someday, when my daughter is older, I'll explain, but for now, it's the best I can do. I'm not going to do what my mother did to my brother and I after her divorces and tell her all the horrible things grandma did. All she needs to know right now is that grandma is in timeout. Probably too late to the party, but my parents kept a secret from me until a couple of years ago. I'm 22. We used to drive 8 hours to visit my divorced grandparents every once in a while. My grandpa was remarried with a much younger woman, but as a kid I didn't think much of it, and my grandma lived in the same town, but didn't speak with him anymore. We usually paid separate visits to each home, since my mom was still quite close with her mom, my grandma. I found out recently that my grandpa was actually a really rotten guy, treated my grandma and my mom / her siblings like shit. He cheated on my grandma with the younger lady who he ended up leaving my grandma for. My mom had horrible memories of her dad/his new wife and resented the hell out of them, especially her dad. Looking back, I didn't notice her discomfort in visiting them at the time, but I see it now. Why did we visit them, though? My mom told me when this all came out that she didn't want me to be deprived of a relationship with grandparents. She figured that her relationship with them shouldn't cause me to have no grandparents at all. My dad was not on speaking terms with his mom and we never visited. Different story though. They spoiled me just like any normal grandparents would, and I never would have known how horrible my grandpa really was until my mom told me after he passed away a couple years ago. Side note, his wife is now writing a biography of his life, which is weird. He was put on a pedestal, but actually not a great human being, very misogynistic, etc. Anyways, it changed my whole perspective after I found all of this out. Really shows how strong my mom was to spend time with people she was uncomfortable around. My grandparents always treated me so sweetly, and I still don't quite understand how they could be so nice to me and so horrible to her. Not a parent, but a child. My BO father and mom had a really abusive relationship. My mom seemed to have Stockholm syndrome and wouldn't leave. He cheated on her, did bad cheats to her, all of it. They split up eventually and now my mother is with my stepfather. They just had my little brother, and all is well. Except for the fact that they hid from that my BO father had a child with another woman in 2016. Adopted them off. I'll get into that, and that me and my full siblings will probably never get to see them again. We were eating breakfast one morning on their bed, talking, when my stepfather said something along the lines of, "Well, some women just can't get out of it with the kids like your mom did." I froze, confused, and asked him what he meant. He didn't know that my mother hadn't told me, and after finding out I ran to my room and cried. I cried for 2 days straight in the shower, would write them notes, and after asking my grandmother for photos and their info, which she knew too. All the adults did. Fakers. She even wanted to keep the photos, even though she has no blood connection. I wrote their name above my headboard and promised to find them. My grandmother told me that she was trying to keep in touch with the adoptive family so there would be a connection for me and my siblings when we were older, but the adoptive family wasn't cooperating. They flew down here from New York, quickly grabbed my sibling, and headed off back. They said they would wait at the airport for my grandmother so she could hold them real quick and give them a baby bracelet, but when she got there they were gone. They kept up with sending pictures for a few weeks, she said, but one day they said they would do it no longer, that they decided it was best for their child and to be assured they would be taken well cared of. I won't give away too much details, but the mother was worse off than my BO parents. Way worse. She had already done the same thing once or twice before. She was an addict, a drunkie, and left her family to care for her children. Apparently she wouldn't give the baby to my grandmother, or my grandmother said she wouldn't take them cause she would harass her, and instead sold them to the couple for a good bit of thousands of dollars. $10,000 to $20,000. That's why I say adopt so loosely. It breaks my heart, because I wish for nothing more than that little child to give me the biggest smile when I get off the school bus, to rush at me and hug me, for us to go to the movies and shopping and whatever we wanted. It sucked for a while, and I've slowly adapted to it, but I still wish to see them. Reading other people on here describing their adoption situations, how they choose not to seek out their biological family, how they consider their adoptive family the only ones that matter, I understand it. I think it's actually what's best for them, my sibling, but it pains me to think that's probably exactly what my sibling would do. If only they knew the good parts of their BO family, although there's not many, if at all. If only I could at least write to them once a month. Sorry for going on such a long rant, but it feels a little better to talk about it to people who will listen. Thanks. Not me, but my mom gave herself fertility pills to conceive my sister when she was premenopausal for attention. My dad was cheating on her, and my young cute cousin was the center of our family's attention for having a second child in her belly. It was very obvious, but my mom still claimed it was just a coincidence. She told me she took vitamins to not miscarry, but when I was 18 my dad told me she actually took fertility pills. My sister was born with a severely low immune system and was extremely slow at learning. She was also highly emotionally sensitive and often inflicted bodily harm on herself. This was when she was a baby. My dad didn't want the baby. He was done. My mom didn't even want the baby. She was tired, but played mom because of the attention. Literally everyone around didn't want another baby, except me. I was excited as shit. My sister is decades younger than all of her cousins and most of her siblings. My parents treat her like an extra, even if they don't realize it. She's rather alienated, and to this day she still has suicidal thoughts and wishes to never be born. She also has extremely creepy and disturbing behavior. Silver lining, she's a very compassionate, caring and loving kid. She wants to grow up to help people and take in kids who are unwanted. She started off slow, but because everyone interpreted that as her being stupid, she was given a lot of academic help, so she's actually really smart. Sure, she has low self-esteem, but even as a preteen she has higher self-awareness than her peers. She's very likable and just a great kid. When she was a baby she was my world, and to this day I love her so much. I want her to know that she is amazing and has so much potential. Yes, I tell her this every time I see her. This was 10 to 12 years ago. I was in my mid-20s and went home to visit family for the weekend. I lived a couple hours away at this point and stayed at my parents' house as I normally did when I was in town. A little while after dinner I noticed my dad was still at the table and he seemed very down and was even tearing up a bit, which I'd never seen him do all my life. I asked him what was wrong and he proceeded to tell me he was just remembering his younger sister, which I never knew he had. All my life I'd only known my uncle / his brother and wasn't aware he had any other siblings. Then he proceeded, while starting to cry, to tell me the story of how she died in a car accident when she was 18. And that the 1967 Camaro that had been in our family since brand new was actually the car he picked out with his dad to replace the one that was totaled in the accident. I was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. I had no idea about any of this all these years, and the only death in the family I was ever aware of at the time was when my grandpa, his dad, passed away when I was in 3rd grade. I completely understand why it never came up though. A few months later, when I was visiting, he randomly gave me and my 2 older sisters a picture he had of his sister that he'd made copies of to us. Again, I had no idea how to react. From my pop, this was a picture of a complete stranger I didn't know, yet was part of my family. I took and thanked him though. He later sold that car about 5 years ago, and well under what it was worth. It was mint condition, running, low miles, and I still can't understand why, given how personal it was to our family and the fact he had kept it all these years and spent a lot of money when I was a young kid to completely restore it. I just don't get why. He claimed it was because he couldn't work on it anymore and that nobody would help him, which wasn't true. He just tends to be picky / stubborn about PPL helping. I would have loved to buy it, but I didn't have the money, and I know my uncle, who was born many years after my dad's sister passed away, had offered many times in the past to buy it. But my dad didn't tell his brother he was selling it and just sold it one day, then used the money to buy a new truck, which he didn't need and barely uses. It's 5 years old and has less than 2,000 miles on it. I love my dad, but this one thing, maybe the only one, that I'm pretty bitter at him about though. Even before I knew about his sister, I figured the car had been in the family for 30+ years, that it would continue to be forever, and then especially more so after learning that my 2 older sisters were never big car PPL, so I figured I would get it, or buy it one day, or at the least my uncle would buy it and give it to his kids, so it'd stay in the family one way or another. But nope, not now. I've a secret I've been hiding from my parents. Some pre-context, I'm 30+ years of age and I'm adopted. I've known since I was very young. One of my first books was on adoption and its meaning. I was one of the very few that had the opportunity to meet their natural parents. I didn't get to meet them until I was in my early 20s. We have a bit of a relationship. So, in my mid to late teens, I developed depression and had a bit of an identity crisis as I felt like I didn't fit in with my family. Me and my brothers, twins that my adopted parents had after adopting me, never got on. Also, going through my teenage years, I developed a bit of an attitude and wasn't always a good son. One night, after my parents came home after a few pints, I had done something stupid and was deserving verbal lashing. This particular night, my father was giving out to me and finished it off with, "Had I the option again, I never would have adopted you." The next morning, nothing was said, so I shrugged it off, but I never really forgot it. After a few more years my parents separated. I had to step up and try be there to support everyone through the difficult time. When consoling my mother, she told me that my father had cheated on my mother only a few months before adopting me. After she said that to me, I got reminded of what my dad said those years ago and started to have bad thoughts. My dad never really wanted me. His marriage ended because he cheated on my mother as well. I started to develop an alcohol problem in silence. I've since dealt with all my issues and my relationship with my parents is good again, but they still don't know what was said to me. Not me, but my grandmother and my mom. My mom was told her entire life that her father was dead. She had a different dad from her 3 older siblings, and they had their father, but my mom didn't have anyone, and my grandmother had mental illness. My mom had a very big gap between her and her older siblings, so they all grew up and moved out of the house, leaving my mom with my mentally ill grandmother. My mom would always go to the church on Sunday and light a candle for her dad. She used to believe that he was watching over her, that if he was alive he would have been there for her like her siblings' dad was for them. So one day she finds a paper from the government that said, "Is the father alive?" And yes written next to it. Do you want to contact the father? No written next to it. My mom confronted my grandmother and she confessed that he was alive, but he lived in Italy and she didn't know where he was. She thought it would be easier to tell her he was dead. My mom was fuming, but she decided to save money and go to Italy to find her father. During this time she met a girl who kept saying she was psychic. The girl told her, "Ask me any question." So my mom, thinking she would best her, said, "Well, I'm looking for my father. Can you tell me where he is? His name is." And the girl says, "Oh, him, I know him. He lives around the corner from me." Turns out my mom lived in the same neighborhood as her father her entire life. But yeah, this doesn't end happily. She eventually met him. He had his own family, and it was apparent had cheated on his wife with my grandmother, leading to her pregnancy with my mom. When he met her he wasn't warm or friendly. He told her that she had to come every day after school and clean his house for him. His wife had since died. My mom was like, "Fuck no," and left. The next time she saw him, he was marrying a woman the same age as my mom, but wanted her to lie and say she wasn't his daughter. She cut him off entirely after that. He was a serial cheater and had 20 kids, 5 with his main wife, 2 with his second wife, and then 13 with other women including my grandmother. Also the true story. He apparently had abducted my mom as a baby with the intention of keeping her. My mom's uncles had to go to his place, threaten him and get my mom back. The whole family decided together to say he was dead to protect her. We are pretty sure he's done that more than once. His youngest kid is rumored to be from another woman other than his second wife, and then brought home to be raised by the wife, as if it was her kid. It's all around a crazy story. My mom reconnected with her half siblings a few years ago and now they are all Facebook friends. TLDR, my mom was told her father was dead, and when she found out he was alive they said he lived in Italy, but it turns out he lived in the same neighborhood. She met him, and he was in his hole. Found out later he had tried to abduct her when she was a baby and they lied to protect her. Throwaway act. My parents, divorced, have never told me about my father. And they are hiding something. I think dad might be a closeted gay man and a pedophile, but I don't really know. Mom mentioned one thing, that she left because he was having sex with his drug dealer when I was 1 or 2. So that day I learned about his drug use, but just figured his dealer was female. Gratefully I was able to grow up in a pretty safe household away from him. He's meek but not effeminate, doesn't use drugs anymore. He remarried, sleeps in a separate room though. They go to church and whatever. Note, I might be really good at blocking things out which becomes important later. Weird event. One night really late he takes me to get a haircut. It was like an hour drive too, which was weird, but it was his friend from church. 2 weird things happened that night. First, my dad was sitting, like really close to the chair, where I was getting a haircut, like well within reaching distance. And I remember noticing that one time he moved his hand pretty fast away from this friend when I glanced over where my dad was sitting. So okay, friend cuts hair isn't married. Second weird part, after the haircut it's like dark outside, like 10 o'clock or something. We walk out to the car and both get in the car. All of a sudden my dad says, "Oh, wait here. I'll be back." He leaves me in the car for like an hour. Comes back and smells like crap. I was young, had no idea what such smelled like, but this was like funky. I asked why. "Do you smell bad?" And he's pale and sweating. Said he had to help his friend move stuff. So me in hindsight, looks like dad was in there, but faking the hairdresser friend. Like I said, it's like I block all that out at the time. Weird event #2. Well, years earlier, I'm like 10 or something. We go to a cottage. I was there with an aunt and grandmother too. I want to build a tree fort. Dad decides it's going to be at ground level, meek, and there's only 2 walls which just obscure the house. So that part seemed weird. Anyways, the second night their dad and I sleep in the same room. I mean, I'm around 10, scared of this strange house in the middle of nowhere, and the first night I slept in the walkout basement in this cottage. Basement was all windows, so it's just me sleeping there for the world to see. Second night I wanted to sleep in a room. There weren't other rooms and it's small, so we share a bed. I never wondered why we didn't just switch sleeping arrangements. I woke up in the night and had this kind of warm feeling between my legs. It felt good, and I had no idea why. Still really foggy. Waking up I became aware that dad had been breathing heavy, but stopped and the room's dead quiet now. Facts are, #1 I had no idea what was going on. #2 I'm not sure to this day if he was touching me or himself. But it gets weirder. The next day my aunt, very cool person, wants to go on a walk. She asks if I'm ever bleeding from my butt. I'm like, UHH, that's a weird question. What do you even mean? I did not know. Anyways, I said no, which was true. But later on I realized she was asking if dad had been molesting me. Weird event #3. One summer I stay at my dad's. I'm maybe 15. Grandma lives there too. He's like a permanent man-child. Well, grandma's not there that night. Dad comes out of his room really late, and I'm just about to fall asleep on the pull-out couch. He lays in the bed, but near the top of the bed, and he's laying in a way where his torso is near my head, which was weird. He'd never done that before. But again, I just don't really pay attention to stuff like that in the moment. I'm just like, hey, I want to go to bed, so can you go away? And eventually he left. So parents are hiding something about him from me, and I'm kind of messed up. I've always had a tough time expressing myself about such, and I'm totally inept about loving relationships and commitments. And I was interested in such at a very young age. Also some problems. I've never had a great explanation for why I'm messed up, which makes it harder to solve. I'm the kid throwaway I might use from time to time. My mother revealed that she cheated on my father to me when I was 20 or so. This is a secret because my father found out and chose to stay with her and instructed her to never tell us. My mother has seemed somewhat bipolar and is diabetic. She used to talk my father down all the time, and the same for us. She never liked the hand she was dealt in life, and it's like she constantly took it out on us. Upon learning this, I asked my father, because the fact that she did this, and the way she said it, as if she had no regrets, and it was his fault, had me unsure of what to believe. His face showed a tiredness that had been there behind the scenes for years come out fully. He simply said, "She told you how." I wished she never would. Turns out it's all real. He was working a government job for a few months, working 90+ hours a week on server integrations and traveling every 4 to 7 days to link up a new spot while she went behind his back with one of his friends that randomly stopped showing up to the house when I was younger. Learning this has not made things easier, however. It's only made me think less of my mother who could argue with my family about anything, and more of my father. Every time I become interested in a girl I end up comparing them to my mother and having issues trusting them. I haven't ever physically dated anyone because of this. I'd rather not hurt a woman, because I can't help but see my mother in certain actions that would otherwise be commonplace. I really don't know what else to say. I just wanted to get this secret off my chest. I thank God sometimes for giving my father the strength to take care of someone so messed up and for having him stick with her, but I honestly wonder from time to time why God would tell my father to stay with her, and if it was actually better for me as a kid. I'm willing to answer questions, look for advice, etc. I mean, not truly faked up, but that my father, their grandfather, was an extremely abusive drug addict when I was growing up, and that he's still an emotional, distant, manipulative person with a whole host of mental disorders that he refuses to acknowledge. Growing up I was abused, physically and emotionally, like being beaten in the head with objects, bruises left, etc. He was in and out of drug rehab. Now I'm an adult with 4 kids. He's gotten better, at least to some extent, to where he is at least present in my life. Still not really there though, and I have no real relationship with him. He lives several hours away. I can still recognize the patterns of his mental illnesses. The abuse in my childhood is just something that isn't mentioned. I keep my distance. My kids know him as grandpa and they like him. From what they know, they only see him a few times a year, and they know nothing of the type of person he was the first 20 to 22 years of my life. They don't know that even to this day he is still manipulative, he still uses people, and has a very twisted reality, and that I have practically no relationship with him, because I know he won't change, and he knows I don't buy into his con artist bullshit, and am not worth any more than the courtesy card with a $25 gift card 3 times a year TLDR. My father was an abusive asshole growing up and is still a bad person despite improvement, but my kids don't know this, and just see him as grandpa teddy bear. Not the parent here, but I'm extremely quiet at family gatherings, because of one thing. I was raped and abused for 8 years by my stepmother. She knows that she did wrong and tries to apologize now, but the damage is still done. A good chunk of the family knows what she did, but some want to forget, since she has kids that come over sometimes, and it's not their fault what their mom did. The other secret is that when I ran away from my abusive mom I ran to my biological mother and found out she was a prostitute and a meth addict. She lived with my grandparents on that side of the family. My grandpa was an abusive alcoholic who would come home drunk and assault the first person who could get his hands on. I stood up to him one night and got in a huge fight and ended up beating his faking face in. Sorry, this is hard to type, and the cops came. My faking excuse of a family took my grandpa's side and lied to the cops. The worst part is the person who came up with the idea to lie to the cops was previously imprisoned for assault. It was my uncle who lives of welfare because he does not want to work and gets aggressive over tiny shit. So the cops decided not to jail me because they decided that my grandpa threw the first punch. He did, and that I defended myself, but they said I need to leave the house, and I was sent to my biological father who I'm with now, and he takes good care of me. I've also received word that something happened with my mom and my grandpa and I'd like to assume they are dead. This is my troubled secret. Thanks for listening. I'm the child and I think all things considered my family is pretty tame, but once I was adult, one night in a semi-drunk rant my dad finally told me the truth behind pretty much everything that happened growing up. Nothing too crazy compared to the rest of this thread, but he told me about how the reason he and my mom got divorced was because she had racked up around $25,000 worth of credit card debt in his name. And that later on after me and my sisters lived with my mom unfortunately, moved to a new house. Apparently my mom was never actually able to sell our old one and instead decided to just stop making payments on it, cause it to get foreclosed on while it was still in my dad's name, which is why he was forced to live with his parents 4 years after that. It was impossible for him to get a place anywhere. The worst part is that she didn't even tell him about it. He didn't even find out until he got a letter in the mail from the bank about it. The only other major thing he told me about was the fact that my super Christian aunt had an affair with one of the guys that went to their church, and they kept going to that church with that guy after she was caught, and my uncle had to see that guy every week for years. It explained a lot about why they were always yelling at each other when I would hang out with my cousin. And eventually they stopped, but that ended up because they decided that instead of getting a divorce they would have a new child to try and fix their marriage. I admire all of you who chose to not let X be around your kiddos because of being pedophiles. My dad messed with several children and went to jail twice. None of us were touched. Weirdly, we still have contact with him. To say the relationship is strange and strained is an understatement. It helped he moved over 300 miles away from all of us. Sister chose to allow contact with her 3 boys, but not once in their upbringing was he allowed to be alone with them. Ever. From the beginning, they were told Del was never ever allowed to be alone with them. As they got older, they were told exactly what he did. Again, the long distance thing helped. There was no granddad affection. Brother had a girl. Again, even as a baby, my niece was never ever allowed to be anywhere near Rel without another adult. I just found out 3 months ago, my niece was never told until now. She is 17. She only found out because she overheard her mom, who is a snarky bitch at the best of times. So there you go. It took counseling and soul searching for me to deal with it. At 25, I realized it was not my shame or my fault. I decided to own it. I do not hide it from friends or BFs. It angered me more when I realized not once has he acknowledged what he did was wrong. I once told him I could love him, but would never forgive him nor respect him. At 86, he finally apologized for his past behavior. Although, he did think he was dying at the time. Edit. Dad has never talked about his childhood. I assumed his dad, my granddad, molested him. He walked out of his family's life, and he was rarely mentioned. I confronted my dad about 20 years ago. I pointed out he never once talks about either parent. He chose to ignore my request of even a tidbit point. While recovering from his near-death experience, Dad revealed it was his mom who molested him. I still do not know what happened to Granddad. Not a parent, but instead a kid. I have a grandfather that I'm not supposed to see. My mom has tried to keep contact with him over the years, but he has never had any success as he had been a pretty big asshole. My uncle still visits him, but oftentimes comes home pretty turned off. Since he and my grandmother got divorced, he remarried and has kids. I'm not certain, but I think that these kids now have children of their own. It is weird for me to think that I have cousins and half siblings that don't know me. I only found out about this when I was about 12. He actually met me a few times when I was much younger. He never kept in touch because his new wife was very overpowering to him. He is getting up there in age and his health is deteriorating. I really want to meet him, but I know it would hurt my mom. What I just found out a few months ago, I'm now 16, is that my mom's mom had children with another man before the grandfather I just mentioned. Within a few years my mom's family quadrupled, and I'm not allowed to meet any of them. My grandmother, who I had a good relationship with until she died from lung cancer, had a few children with this guy, but he was abusive to her. My mom is not one of these children. My grandmother left, but he kept the kids. My mom isn't even sure if these previous children know that she exists. She won't allow me to take any ancestry type tests because she is worried some of these people would try and reconnect. I'm aware that you have an option to not share and create ties, but she is still worried. Oh well. So here's my little rant thing. This is kinda towards the future, I guess. In this scenario it's about an ex-girlfriend's sister. So I was about 16ish and I was dating a girl named Caroline. Caroline has a huge family, nothing against them or anything, but they bred like rabbits. Anyways, there was a large female to male ratio, about 5-to-1. So her younger sister, a little younger than I am, was hanging out with popular kids and being a normal high school kid. She may have participated in something she shouldn't have, drugs maybe, drinking. I feel like all of that happens to everyone though. She participated in sports too. She had an on and off boyfriend, Kyle. One day they were kissing and hugging, then 2 weeks later they hate each other and he's with someone new, but they always came back together. Fast forward a little bit, I was told she was very sick and that there could be something terminal. Fast forward about 3 days. Caroline comes to my house to talk, and she tells me everything in private. Her sister was pregnant, and since she played a lot of sports, it sadly deformed the baby. She continued to go into detail, how there was blood everywhere in the bathroom, and that the baby had died in the bathroom, had given birth to the baby in the bathroom. They had the baby cremated, and put into a nice colorful urn, and I was told that the sister slept with the blanket and had the hospital had given the child. I wept. I mourned the loss of the child. I cried and cried. I just couldn't stop crying. I tend to think of myself as a selfish asshole who doesn't give a damn, but on that day, I was a different person. I haven't told anyone about the incident. TLDR, niece and nephews don't know that granddad wasn't the biological parent to my brother. Also, family skeletons get dragged out, which reveals a surprise about extra siblings that were adopted out. Mum doesn't know I know about the secrets. Dunno what brothers know. Full version. So, not my kids, but my niece and nephew, and yeah, bigger kinda family web. When I was born, it was mum, dad and 2 older siblings at home. Brother is around 14 years older than me, sister is around 10. Both were from mum's first marriage, and she had full custody of them. My younger brother was born a few years later. First husband, according to mum, was a giant as whole, was a cop and took bribes, allegedly, cheated on her, carried on emotional and financial abuse. While I was in primary school, my sister ran away and ended up staying with her dad. This was clearly a massive deal to mum, as she has rarely spoken about sister over the years. Fast forward a bit, and I'm close to turning 21. I get a phone call from someone saying it's the sister. She says a few key things about the family and I know it's her. She then proceeds to lay out all of mum's skeletons that she learned over the years from her dad and stepmom to me. Older sister's father has just passed, and she had decided that she wanted to contact me and tell me all the secrets. My mind is a little blown, as according to this, I have 3 more siblings all given up for adoption. 2 born when mum was super young and before her first marriage, and 1 born when mum was older and was born between sister and I when mum would have been in her late 20s. So the siblings go like: adopted out, female, adopted out, older brother, older sister, female, adopted out, me, younger brother. My mind was blown, and I met/had contact with 2 of the 3 secret siblings. Both have very obvious familial resemblance to mum, especially in her younger years. The third has never been located for whatever reason. At the time I made a decision not to tell mum what I had been told. It wasn't her choice to tell me. Someone dragged these out into the light, and well, they were all decisions she made before she met dad and had us kids. Everything seems to be fine as I tiptoe a very careful line, and by this time my dad has cancer and is fighting like nothing else. Life continues on until dad's condition deteriorated, and one of the adopted out sisters threatened to find dad and tell him the whole story, saying he had a right to know what the woman he married did to her, birth and give up for adoption. She, middle sister that was adopted out, advised me that she went and spoke with mum's brother at his house by knocking on the door one day and didn't have an issue doing the same to dad at the hospital. I objected on the basis of, if he already knows, you're just burning any relationship I have with my parents, and if he doesn't know it's all happened 30+ years ago, what difference would it do now? I said if she continued to push this, I would just cease contact, and that's it. In the end, this middle sister was too much of a loose cannon that I cut contact with her and basically shut down contact with the one that dragged this all into the open. Mum doesn't know I know. I'm not sure what older brother knows. Younger brother potentially has no idea at all. And because we grew up together and I just call my older brother, my niece and nephews don't know that their granddad was actually the man mum married and made a life with. Nobody says not to tell them, but at this point we just kinda brush past any questions because there's no need to burst the bubble with them. Done on mobile. Forgive any type of CCT. Maybe not super faked up, but my daughter's father was mentally and physically abusive. He was also a repeat adulterer. Over the short year-long marriage, I can't count the number of times he cheated, including when I was in the hospital with PPROM and being told there was a chance infection could set in and my unborn baby, and potentially me as well, could die. He was out faking other women, and I was stuck at an on-base hospital for 5 weeks. Our marriage ended when he tried to kill me, slammed me against the front door, and strangled me when she was about 7 months old. The state decided to press charges on my behalf, but never got my testimony and then dropped it without my knowledge a few months later. Even after he broke the protection order numerous times, unfortunately, I didn't have the means or funds to fight him in court for custody. I had to represent myself. When we filed for temporary orders, I did well, but he was granted her every other weekend while stationed in our state. I was forced to stay married to him until he returned from out of the country because he was military. I couldn't finalize our divorce until he returned. So he reaped the monetary benefits of extra dependence and separation pay for several years. Military doesn't consider legal separation for benefits. You're either married or not. At least that's what I was told at the time. His visitation didn't start until she was almost 6 because he was stationed out of the country shortly after the attack. She's 9 now, and he's deployed, and recently was stationed in another state. Her last visit with him before he left, she begged to skip. She came to me because she is scared of him and says he's mean to her. Calls her names and swears at her, and on occasion he's thrown things at her. While mad. I want to tell her what an adultering piece of abusive crap he is, but I also want her to come to her own conclusions. Once I heard about what he was doing to her, my blood boiled, and I had a pang of regret for not fighting harder for custody. He won't be back in the state until 2022, so I have time to get my ducks in a row. I also have a document from our local police when I inquired about skipping his last visit without his permission, including a long string of very awful nasty text messages he sent to me when he found out she didn't want to come. I didn't want to risk getting arrested for not taking her to a required visit. Luckily, she's old enough to know how he was treating her was wrong. I also trust that a judge would take her seriously considering he has a few previous DVs on his record aside from me, including a huge investigation the army did last year when a girl he briefly dated accused him of rap. He's narrowly missed getting kicked out of the military several times since I met him, including testing positive for drugs, even though he's an officer. His sister lied to the military under oath and claimed to have accidentally given him a pot cookie or something. I honestly don't care about pot or that he tested positive. I do care that he's done numerous things that should have ended in dishonorable discharge and has weaseled his way out of it by paying friends and family to lie on his behalf. I can't tell her the truth yet. One day I will tell her why we split, how he treated me and beat me. She's questioned it, and I've given her the "some people just realize they don't belong together" spiel, but she's getting more curious, requesting more details. Bright side, my husband came into her life when she was 2, and he's raised her as his own. We're a family of 4 now, and he's never referred to her as anything but his own child. He's the first person she called daddy, and still is. She calls the other dad too, but usually dad plus his name, and never just dad. My husband has also agreed to adopt her if the chance arises, or if we can somehow get full custody. Then we can change her last name to match the rest of us. He treats me like I deserve to be treated as well, so my kids are growing up seeing how a real man should treat his wife, and vice versa. With love, respect, affection and calm committed reasonable communication and compromise. That his father is a horrible liar and my whole relationship with him has been a mess. When we first got together he lied about being sick and wanting a family. So we worked on that, and I got pregnant. Then I find out he has a kid with some woman and is in a relationship with another woman who's pregnant and a mother to his other daughter. We broke up and got back together months down the line. My fault, I should have stayed away. There were some other red flags, but overall 2 years after we are wonderful. He helped me get into law school and did so much for me and my family. We got married for health insurance purposes, but talked about having a big ceremony once I graduated. Then I found out I was pregnant and everything went horrible for me. He doesn't want him and yet still wants a relationship with me. He begged me for an abortion because he already has other kids being used as weapons against him in legal battles and hates that I had got pregnant without his consent. I was on BCP and I stored them in the wrong spot and caught a stomach bug and didn't believe me, and though I was trying to baby trap him and all this nonsense. He even demanded a paternity test. Surprise, it's his. Lol. My son is my one and only. Honestly, I didn't want my husband's kid, not until we got everything else straightened out. I was happy to raise his other kids and help with the legal battle for custody. But when I found out I was pregnant, I was selfish. I wanted my baby, so I kept him. But the pregnancy was a big secret because my husband had made me feel so ashamed. One of the happiest times of my life turned awful because of him. My family supports me, and I work from home and go to school, but my husband is no help. Most recently I found out that he moved back in with his ex and their 2 kids, but he doesn't want to divorce me or have me leave. When I'm alone I want to cut ties and have him gone, but I don't want my son to be without a dad, even though he kind of already is. Then selfishly, when I spend time with my husband, I realize how much I still love him and how I really want to make this work. My son is still young, so it's not a big problem at the moment. But whenever my husband comes over, he doesn't acknowledge the baby at all, and it bothers my 11-month-old because my baby is used to being the center of attention. I hate it so much because I love both my son and my husband. I'm thinking of leaving, but the divorce is going to set me back 3k, and I honestly do love my husband still. All I want is for us to be a family, but I know once my son gets a little older there's some big decisions I have to make. I'm not sure what or when to tell either of them. Long time lurker, so here goes. It's more the secrets in the family that I know my parents tried to hide. My 28F dad attempted suicide when I was 8, and this was a year after my mum left him. In his emotional breakdown he moved in with my nan and pa, and on/off I wasn't allowed to see him. After a 6-month gap I finally spent the weekend with my dad. He waited until nan and pa left the house and he dragged me into the kitchen and proceeds to reenact his entire suicide attempt. He was erratic, and through this showing he taught me how to cut my wrist to make sure the job is done, but that he was a coward so took a bunch of pills. He even showed me why and how much of each of the pills to take. I never told my mum, and we fought heaps because I didn't want to go back. This continued on and off for years until he disowned me when I got a boyfriend at 16. That's the short version. This is when my mum's relationship with my stepdad broke down and she started attempting suicide too. She tried so many times that year I lost count until she almost succeeded. Again took a bunch of pills and drove somewhere she thought no one would find her. Lucky a good Samaritan found her and saved her life. She only stopped when my brother, who was having similar issues with the addition of mad drug addiction and pending drug smuggling charges, succeeded. He died leaving his 2 autistic kids and wife behind. Also the short version. My family haven't told me a lot of this and don't think I know the whole story. There was pieces I was fed from my sister or various family friends which helped me put it all together. But I was always smart, and growing up in an unstable situation became very perceptive. Knowing when to tell and when to shut up became a defense mechanism. Never assume your kids can't see what's in front of them. I would love to get some advice on this TLDR at the bottom. My mother had my sister at the age of 22 and left her father when she was 1. She had me 10 years later with a different man. As a young single mother she struggled to make ends meet, and my sister had a rough few years. My father is no catch. He is a complete scumbag alcoholic and has been my entire life. I'm 25 now, and my father was recently released from an 8-month stay in jail, and still my mom is financially supporting him and recently told me she still loves him and feels she has to choose between him and the rest of our family. My sister has a 1-year-old daughter and has stated she does not want him to be around her, period. Totally valid in my opinion. Even if he is sober, he is completely cynical, manipulative, rude, self-entitled, and nasty without a filter on his mouth. No matter who is present. My sister is struggling to understand the connection my mom feels to this man who has never benefited her at all. This man who stole money from her and took her car while she was in the air to buy alcohol and then showed back up at the hospital tanked and not remembering where her car or keys were. She has struggled mentally in the past. My mom has as well, and she knows that. A few years ago my mother told me that my sister's father was hideously abusive, mentally and physically. He beat her and left black eyes, threatened her life, and even put a gun to her head while she was pregnant with my sister. She told me that my sister does not know any of this. There were a few years that my sister did not speak to her father, but they had since reconnected, and my mom didn't want to threaten their newly rekindled relationship. After she struggled on her own for about a year, she met my father, who was at that point still a functioning individual with a job. He took her in and babysat my sister for her when needed, and she fell in love. She said she feels like he saved her and accepted her child as his own. They both wanted another baby, but my mom had some health issues, so they were a bit delayed. Along came me. My sister's father is now, and has been, dying of stage 4 colon cancer. He was diagnosed 7 years ago, and it is a miracle he has survived this long, but it won't be much longer. My sister is so angry at this recent situation with my father. She has been talking about how her dad was a better father than mine. I feel terrible for keeping such a secret from her, because I love her so much. She's the only one who's been through it all with me. But I know this information would turn her world upside down. When should I tell her this? After her dad died? After her dad and our mom is gone? Now? Or not at all? TLDR, my sister's father was horrifically abusive to our mother. My father rescued her from that situation, but turned out to be a horrible person and addict himself. My sister was too young to remember the abuse and my mother never told her. She doesn't understand why my mom still loves my father. Her father is also dying. Should I tell her about the abuse and why my mom left him? Not about me, but this is what my grandmother hid from her children. My mother and my uncle were always told their grandfather died of pneumonia in Australia, which is why their mother and grandmother had to move back to England and were very poor. In reality, his official death is from a shark attack, which is most definitely false. Apart from the fact there was no evidence of a shark attack, no body, no blood, no hole in the shark net in the bay he supposedly died at. He also emptied the family bank account the day before, and his life insurance went to his friend before it was supposed to his wife, the same friend who had alerted the authorities that he has died in an apparent shark attack. He left his family with no money during a very difficult financial period where they were living, and likely left for a new life with the money he took. My grandmother still maintains the fake story, even though my uncle has done his own research to find the truth, mostly from talking to my great aunt. Unfortunately, as my great aunt was only a teenager at the time, she doesn't have many details. She only knows about the financial evidence because her mother fell apart and left all that kind of stuff to her and my grandmother to sort out. My grandmother had a very difficult childhood and gave up a lot to look after her mother, who had a breakdown after returning to England and refused to do anything for herself. It saddens me, she still can't talk about it truthfully, but it is her business and neither my mother or my uncle have asked her about it in case it brings old grief back. Alright, this one is a little tricky. I'm the child of this one, but not really. Here's some backstory. By the time I was 12, both of my parents passed away due to cancer. For the sake of making things easy, I'll refer to her as Mary. In Mary's will, she was the one who lasted longer. Lol. I was to go live with her best friend, who had always been like a second mother to me. I'll refer to her as Sue. So, when I was still living with Mary, Sue and her then husband got a divorce when I was around 7-ish. Sue and her ex had 3 boys together, one older than me by 8 months, and 2 younger, one by a bit over a year and the youngest by 6 years. I've always wholeheartedly referred to them as my brothers now. Sue's ex is the definition of the scum of the earth. He manipulates her sons, doesn't pay for child support, etc. This has been going on for over a decade. Fast forward to today. I'm going into my freshman year of college. But what breaks my heart the most is how naive they are about the situation. My older brother knows what his father does to a certain extent, but my 2 younger brothers don't. Really. Sue's ex constantly promises my brothers gifts, trips, and vacations, and loads of other things. The worst part is, he still has partial custody. They go spend weekends with him, which consist of my brothers using his credit card to buy whatever they want, while he goes to Timbuktu with his awful girlfriend of years to gamble. Yes, he was with her before the divorce. Like I said, scum of the earth. All of this excessive money spending is happening while Sue is working her ass off just to get by. She put the three of them through incredible private schools on a super tight salary, all while trying to get herself back on her feet after moving across the state when her ex took all the money after the divorce. Because both my dad and Mary were well off, they too were divorced by the time I was 5. They left me trust funds which got me through 4 years of boarding school and are currently putting me through college. The money in those trusts was only left to me, and Sue intends to keep it that way because we both know it's what my parents would have wanted. Despite the financial irresponsibility and regular neglect and lies, the boys still think super highly of their dad. Sue thinks it's important for her sons to have their dad in their lives and to be able to look up to a father figure. It breaks my heart that I know all of this and they don't, but Sue's confided in me, and I figured it'd be best to get this off my chest on the internet as opposed to one of them. They'd hate me if I told them what I know. Sorry if none of this makes any sense. It's like 3 AM here, and I'm slightly delirious. I just wanted to share my story. My ex-wife's alcoholic father, mentally unstable mother and sister all worked as a team with the biological father to fuck up the child they had before I came into the picture. Imagine that. A bunch of adults all working to fuck up the head of an 11-year-old child. Some of the more white trash behavior are grandma pretending to stand with a kid at the bus stop before school, when really, the second I or my ex left grandmama and 11-year-old kid alone, they actually ditched school together, and this went on for 3 months until a teacher reported us, and we had uninvited investigators who thought we were the faked up people doing this. So then the child admits grandma's teaching her to ditch school and lie to us. The biological father's paramour, whom he shared other out of wedlock children with, tried to kill herself in front of all the kids. Basically my ex-wife and I moved across country to get the fuck away from a group of faked up individuals after we lost all control of her kid at 11. We had multiple CPS investigations against us, all took weeks, and were found to be unfounded accusations. We wasted money on legal fees and court appearances. We took off and allowed the teen at 15 to live in our new home 3,000 miles away from the trailer trash. But by then the kid was too faked up, and my ex-wife was spending all of her free time in a bar. I had to walk away from the marriage. My ex-wife's an alcoholic. Her daughter is a druggy loser who followed in mommy's footsteps and had an out-of-wedlock kid. The best part of my story are my ex-father and mother-in-law died. You would not expect someone to rejoice their deaths, but I did. I hope those miserable piles of sheets suffered as the croaked. They faked up my ex-wife, her kid, my marriage. I have zero contact with my ex-stepkid who is in her 20s. I have no contact with anyone from that past part of my life. Hope they all rot in hell. My secret no one knows about was just that after I ditched the drunk and druggy, I have banged hot young women who were my ex-stepdaughter's age. I'm the child whose parents kept not one, but 2 secrets from me until I was 18. First secret was that not only was I verbally abused by my biological mother, but physically as well. When I was 2 to 3 months old, my grandparents had taken me away from her because of it and the drugs she was doing, and eventually legally adopted me a few years later. I knew about the adoption and the fact that I was verbally abused because I'm incredibly anxious around my biological mom when we associate with each other. I don't have much to do with her, and now that my parents are dead, it is up to me if I want to be around her. Second secret is that not only did my dad cheat on my mom when he was overseas in the Philippines with a local woman, but he impregnated her as well. I didn't know that I had another brother until after I graduate high school, and my mom accidentally said something to my aunt about it while they were on the phone with me in the room. After the phone call was over, I was like, who is this extra brother that you were telling Aunt so and so about? Found out he is about 5 years older than me and that I wasn't supposed to know about him and not to bring him up with my dad. About a week or 2 later, my brother called the house to talk to my dad, and my dad told my mom to tell me about him. Mom told me that it was now safe to talk about the extra brother with dad now. It was years before I was ever comfortable even discussing the subject with my dad, and even when the subject came up, dad was the one who brought it up. Added a word for clarity. When my grandmother died, we found out that she had lied about the year she got married. It turns out she got pregnant while unmarried. My grandfather was deployed with the military. She was sent away, had the baby, came home when he came back to their tiny hometown and he married her as quickly as possible. By then they had a young son, so they lied and told everyone they had been married the year before. I only have 2 pictures from her wedding. She wore a pink dress, which I now own, and I always thought that was a strange choice, but she wasn't very girly and said it was some dress her sister bought for her. The other picture is of the cake at their reception in someone's home. She said all the film from her church wedding was destroyed. All she had was a picture of her and my grandfather in her parents' living room and the cake. She even took us back to her hometown and would show us the church she got married at point when she died. My mom submitted a bunch of paperwork with the wedding date she had. It all came back wrong and she had to go get the marriage license. She was shocked. Then she was angry because we had thrown my grandparents a huge anniversary party one year and they had technically not actually been married that long. The whole thing just made me sad. It made me sad that she never felt she could come clean. It made me sad that she had been made to feel shame for her child out of wedlock. It made me sad that her marriage was out of necessity and not necessarily love. But most of all it made me sad that she wasn't allowed to get married in the church in her hometown and she wasn't allowed to wear a wedding dress. Her reception was actually her wedding in front of 4 people in her parents' living room.